What is up, guys? It's your boy Aniki. I'm excited. We left off with Dobby's dance and the message that the past never dies, like it's season 6 of BoJack. But more importantly than that, we come together for another great episode of the Church of MHA.
Okay.
We got a couple bishops on deck. We got Bishop Ponzu.
Let's go.
And here today we've got Bishop BG.
What is up?
And of course, we've got my brother Archbishop East.
The stars fall from the sky, but horror will always fly. Hey,
I don't know where Clown Suit Rex is yet, but he's gonna get his ass in here. Because he promised us a Clown Suit Rex. So we're gonna get Clown Suit Rex. Yeah, drop those likes as soon as you get in here so you ain't gotta hear about it later.
the sooner you do it, the less we reprimand you. Simple as that.
So Clown Suit Rex should be on the way. Saya said she'd be here in 30 minutes, 10 minutes ago. We got the squad coming through as time goes on. The stream should just be people popping in throughout. All right, I'm hopping straight on to the manga train though. Because I know some people only want to watch the live reaction part. That's what they care about. So let's just get to that too.
Silver Smoke and Crack.
My Hero Academia, chapter 291 with the new chapter in 14 days. Oof.
So I'm not gonna like to see you.
Yeah, we got to figure out if we're doing a stream next Sunday or are we taking that as an off week. We'll see. Oof. Starting off with the flashback. Let's get it. The winds of winter howled that day, and the air was dry. In the past, I used to train up on Sekoto Peak, and it was there that Toya burned to death. They say the fire burned at over 2,000 degrees Celsius. The body was never found. His bones were reduced to ash, and the blazes updraft scattered them to the wind. Only a fragment of his lower jawbone was found, and yet at the time I kept. What's going on with your hair, Toya? It's turning white. Ooh, now this is cute. No way, I ain't some old man. Did you dye it? Who, me? No way. My eldest Toya didn't harbor frost within him. But forget that. Today's the day you teach me an ultimate move. But the fire he possessed was greater than my own. Oof. He didn't have a way to overcome the inescapable downside of overheating, but I nevertheless sought to raise the boy to be a hero. Meanwhile, still yearned for a child whose quirk combined fire and ice. My wife wanted more children, saying they could encourage each other. So there we go.
Yep. Never sympathized to start rising.
Then Fuyumi, my second born, she only inherited Rei's quirk. Neither child bore the ideal quirk I was hoping for, but at the same time, I was happy all the same. What? Because Toya had more potential than me. I placed my ambitions on his shoulders. Ow. I thought it could be you. You could have been the one to reach my eternal goal. My frustration, my envy, the ugliness in my heart. You could have been the one to smash it all to death. Oof. No. Toya is dead. That despicable lie. Take back that despicable lie. Nope. I'm clearly alive. And that's the despicable truth, Dad.
Oh, no, he said it. Oh.
Because you put a whole agency together of fire and heat type quirks, you didn't even suspect me. Oof. Dobby never spoke a word of this. He kept it hidden from us. What's up with that guy? What's up with that? But anyway, wake the heck up, Shigaraki. Makia needs orders. My word, and another with quite the bloodline. Don't believe me? I'm happy to donate some blood or a hunk of skin. Go ahead, get a DNA test. Not that it matters since I ran. Not that it matters since the test I ran has already gone public.
Oh,
What the
no. Who's gonna believe Donnie? Let's go.
Check out the flickers!
Let's go.
Check out the flickers!
I got the proof.
Oh, no.
There is a 99.9% match between my DNA and a sample of Endeavor's blood from the Battle of Kyushu. Still, I'm sure many of you believe this to be an elaborate hoax, so I'll just have to convince you otherwise. After all, that Endeavor made sure mom kept having kids. The fourth was someone that most of you are familiar with. I think, yes, at long last, little Shoto was the successful creation, and he even abused that successful creation. I've seen him do it many times. Yo, Natsuo coming out of class like, yo, what is this? My big bro's canceling my dad, but I ain't seen my big bro in a couple years. Like,
A couple years of understatement.
what's happening? Fuyumi too busy teaching. Oh man, you can't interrupt her class. She out here dropping knowledge on the youth, and you finna break her heart. That's okay. Let me get that Fuyumi sad, so she needs somebody to comfort her energy. You know what I mean?
Call Dobby Maury.
Endeavor doesn't have an empathetic bone in his body. At his core, let's see. You got the like. See, yep, we got the like, dislike, and all that other stuff popping up. So this is letting us know that it's going viral. At his core, he's addicted to the limelight. A man who wallows in his own small-mindedness and self-importance.
Oh no.
Is that the sort of person who should call himself a hero? Oh no, can't you see, Kun? Going through it. Oh.
Yes.
Oh. Hold up. He's lying.
Agree.
He's got to be. Who'd ever believe this junk? People ain't going to lose faith in a hero over this. We're not that freaking stupid. Those who keep company with Endeavor are no different. Take Hawks, the number 2 hero. Woo!
I told y'all niggas.
I recorded this shit.
I told y'all niggas.
You recorded this shit.
He got it before
this. I told y'all before this shit happened, dog.
No, he couldn't have got 4K, nigga. No.
Disgracing humans.
Oh no.
Out here
I told y'all
pulling up
niggas
with
beforehand, man.
No, 4K. No.
What?
Dog.
I still got to protect their happiness. The others are waiting for you. Yeah. Okay. Yo. Y'all thought Brian Dobby couldn't be the propagandist. Y'all thought Dobby couldn't change the world. Ooh. The others are waiting for you. Yeah. Okay. That crying villain who's trying to run away, I did my best to protect him. But Hawk skewered the guy without the slightest hesitation. Perfectly spliced and edited, even on the fly. Bow down to my skills. Thanks to you and your camera for that prime footage. No reason not to use what we got, right? Yo. Oh, shit. This is my present to you, Endeavor. See, I did some digging into that Hawks, that filthy spy. Ooh. Uh-oh. I'm about to turn the page and we're finna get one of them. Oh, uh-oh. In order to curry favor with us, Hawks, okay, this is good. This is gonna help save them. In order to curry favor with us, Hawks even killed a hero, the number 3 hero, in fact, who was recuperating. He killed Best Genius.
Oh shit.
Carrying out that murder didn't ruffle his feathers in the slightest, since violence is already so ingrained in his lifestyle. And it's really no wonder, since his own father was a serial robber and murderer villain, which is exactly why Hawks' background and real name were kept secret. It's Endeavor who captured his father, actually. Maybe it was that connection and some twist of fate that brought these men together. I couldn't let that stand. I feel like Aaron on top of the Titan right now. These twisted people with skeletons in their closets, they cover it all up with masks of justice, but they don't stop there. They call themselves heroes and keep fooling everyone. I just want everyone to stop and think. The only ones these heroes protect are themselves. With all that ugliness inside, they use the people to give them protection, approval, admiration. Yeah. Endeavor going through it. Bro, even his homie started calling him by his stage name. That's how you know the clout was real.
Oh no.
Shark Boy hit him, called him Can't You See Kid. Like, don't even need a name. You Can't You See Kid. He was gonna come up off that, bro. He had the t-shirts, the mugs, everything. His band's gone, bro. Fucked up Can't You See Kid's whole career right here. Forget about Endeavor getting canceled. Can't You See Kid, his clout gone right there. By speaking out, he's already won. Dog, all these faces. Bakugo looking fed up.
Let the clown in.
Oh shit! Why didn't I get the alert? Why did I not get this alert?
They trying to join?
Yeah, because like Zoom made it where you gotta approve people or give them a passcode.
Oh my god!
No, wait. You guys gotta let Rex speak once he gets in because that's how the audio, because it's in speaker mode. He disappeared. All right, he'll be back. He better be back.
I didn't get my screenshot. Post that. We need to make that. We need to do what we said last night and make it our fucking profile picture.
Rex has the suit. Oh yeah, hey Silvers, you trying to come up in here real quick? Silvers, are you trying to pull up?
We need to get a better one. But I'll post them in general.
All right,
we got Rex back in here. Let me get back to this chapter though. This chapter is gas. Also, shout out to the 43 people that are 46 people already in here. I gotta finish reading this chapter though, and then I'll come back in here. All right, like this is some gas. Yeah, I feel confident fighting for my hero to get into the top 2 of the greatest manga stream of 2020. Yes, I do.
Shaking my head.
But, hey, Rex, we appreciate you being willing to make this noble sacrifice and to come on there with humility and a bit of disgrace.
Nah, I respect Rex so much. He actually followed through with what he said.
Y'all don't understand. His sympathizers are finna even rise even more. They gonna be like, you put this shit on, and he gonna tell his backstory, and it's like, damn.
Rex faction been out.
I was actually like the wig I can't put on because I have an afro. So like I was trying to put it on, but it won't let me put it on.
Good enough.
I know the feel.
Yo, Flo, get your ass in here.
I can't wear hats most of the time now because of my hair. So
I can only wear beanies, man.
Bro, I love the clown suit. Like I love the fact that you went through with it. So much respect for you right now, Rex. Like,
everybody here, respect for you,
too.
Listen, look, you see him? Look.
Y'all got 5 minutes of this because like this is actually not for a plus size man. So like I was like this hurts actually a lot.
My man's struggling. I feel you.
And the nose actually, like, I didn't know clown nose actually are very uncomfortable. Like, this is very uncomfortable. Like, I can't breathe through my nose.
They be out here suffering. No wonder they got tears painted on.
Respect to all the clowns out there, man, because this is not comfortable at all.
Yeah.
Man, that's whack, Flo.
Oh, Flo, what? Oh, no.
What did Flo say?
They told him bring his ass in here. He said he can't today.
Oh, that's okay. He got responsibilities and stuff, you know. He might be a villain, but people are going to lose faith over this. I hate to say it, but me too. I'm sorry. Especially with all this damage and destruction. Anyone witnessing all this would have to be stupid not to lose faith, right? Look at clapping on his way down. Thanks for going strong up until now, Endeavor. At the time, I kept searching for you. Father, here he comes. I didn't believe you were dead. Protect Midoriya and the others. Hado and I will fight. Get moving. You gotta protect them. Worry about the rest later. Flash Fire Fist. Yo, Dobby saying Flash Fire Fist is some stuff that I like. We all knew had to come eventually, but
oh no, that's painful, man. Oh,
prominence.
Burn.
Wires from the sky. I knew it. 191 finishes with the hero saving the day.
Direct parallel to one. Yeah, exactly. Direct parallel.
As of today, Best Genist is back on duty.
Best man of the day. He's posing well that he's flying, that he's like falling, man. He's a true hero. Damn.
And Dobby was about to cook these niggas. Oh, he was ready.
Damn.
Wake me up.
I forgot they can't see any of this, right?
Yeah, they can't see that part.
Okay, so that means that he's not his whole little rhetoric won't get destroyed yet.
Yeah.
Like I was saying this before. I was talking in the chat to some people. So like I said before, it would have been like a 95 to a 5% like blow to the Hero Society, but with Genius alive, this like this knocks it back to 85. 15, because what the hell was that? Because it would have been a complete blowout for these niggas, but since the fact that Genius is alive, like it won't immediately pop up. Genius is alive, but him coming back will delete some of the credibility of Dobby's story, but he does have video, so it'll be controversy in the battle.
So my thing is, it don't really matter if he comes back or not, because like,
I mean, it won't, but it'll ease up the swiftness. Like I was talking in the terms of like the narrative going forward, Horikoshi really thought this out and how this will play out. So the fact that Genius comes back here and they're like, well, Genius was dead, but like, well, Genius is actually even if he dies here, they'll have video footage that Genius was somewhere like alive, and that gives them just a little bit more because they do need another like final crippling blow for like to really like it's over. The villains rise now, like it's fully like because here we all know the villains win, but like it just need it's still just a little bit before.
So the reason why I'm saying it doesn't matter is because if all it takes is for them to successfully kill Genius, and he might as well have been dead as long as they don't know that Genius showed up at this fight.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. Like, this doesn't immediately ruin their shit because if they can't see him, they don't know he's alive. So if they take him out right now, then they can maintain the narrative. But the thing is, the thing is though, Genius can't be seen by anybody else because if he does, then even though the rest of Dobby's story would check out, that'd be one flaw with his narrative, and they don't want to believe Dobby to begin with. So if they get this, then they'll just say the whole thing's bullshit.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. Like the vast majority will be off. Like will still go with what Dobby said, but there'll still be some like holes in the story. Like what? Bless you. Then they'll be like, okay. Then they'll be like, okay. Well, we'll be like, all right, but Genius was here at the back because isn't the helicopter is just somewhere around?
It doesn't matter. The helicopter can't stream. So like at this point,
it can't stream live footage. But then that would contradict Dobby's story because
no, it doesn't matter because you got to think about it this way. The same people that told you that like this, like the same people telling you that this is fine, like that Genius is alive, that Genius wasn't actually dead, are on the side of the heroes anyway. People are going to just become more suspicious of the media because of that, because the media is also the ones. So like they're like, all right, which one is it, media? Which one is it? Just like with Deka. So like there's like as long as Genius doesn't live here, they're fucked. Like there's nothing good happening or coming out of this for them as long as Genius also still dies.
He won't.
That's what I mean.
Like, and honestly,
all right, real quick. Oh,
what's up?
I was gonna say because I'm just reading the chapter and like looking at this first, like not the first page, but the second page. It looked like in Endeavor's eyes, Toya was a success, and Toya was all in for the hero work and learning firepower.
Well, okay, that's how you interpret. I didn't interpret it that way. I took it more so as that not that it was a success. It was just the fact that it was like at the end of the day, he was better. He was better, and I was happy. So I'll just no.
Okay, I don't mean success in the terms of like Shoto. I mean success as he has more firepower than me, and his body probably is as durable as mine. And like
no. They already knew it wasn't as durable because of the.
But, oh my god!
But what I'm saying at the end of the what?
Hold on, we got our first $2 donation in the Church of MHA.
Hold up. What? We got a super chat?
Yes.
See, I'm like setting up stuff right now, so I can't see it. Hold on.
Okay, shout out to Chevwan Robinson. $2. He said after this war, Genius is going to be the new number one. Shout out to Chevwan Robinson, our first donation.
Yeah, I think these two, man. I think these two. And the people.
Wait, is it Chevon or Chavon?
I'm not sure. They'll correct me in a second.
He's just
I have it right. The Anki have it right. Chevon or Chevron.
Yeah. But like the stream, guys. We are 56 people, so like the stream.
Let's go.
But anyways, like the stream. But like what I was saying was that Endeavor doesn't look like the Endeavor that Shoto knew. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So
No,
that's what I'm saying. Like that's what I said. Like I'm saying success in the fact that Endeavor was okay with Toya. He was content. He was content with Toya.
No. We're saying the same thing in different ways. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, he was. It looked like so he's content with Toya, and then like he's like they're joking around. Like no one else got this. So like it's weird to see how Endeavor went from this to where he was with Shoto.
Just read the whole chapter. Just read the whole chapter.
He didn't have any. He didn't even want any more to have more kids. It was actually fucking Ray's idea to have more kids.
No.
No. That's directly stated. You can't argue with like Horikoshi.
Really?
That's a statement.
Really?
It's literally in the chapter. It's literally in this chapter.
It's literally in the chapter. He said that. He said Ray wanted to have more kids. They could support each other.
That's what I kept saying a lot of times when people try to like blame how Endeavor forced the quirk marriage on her. I was like, Ray stuck up for Endeavor in the hospital, not so it was like he just like try to just bash him. They have this vendetta against Endeavor. They don't know the true Endeavor. They don't know all the when you have a fucking bias against somebody or you don't like somebody, you don't see the entire things. You see them from a different standpoint.
Now, he's still a piece of shit. He's still a piece of shit.
Yeah,
but
what I hear when I read about. Meanwhile, I still yearns for a child whose quirk combined with my wife wanted more children.
He wanted to have the child with his quirk, but he didn't. But he wasn't going to push for it. He was like he said he was content with Toya and making him into a hero.
Hold on. We got another super chat.
Whoa!
From my boy Silvers. Didn't see the super chat, missed out on being the first, but I will be the highest. Praise twice and the vigilantes matters.
Let's go.
But yeah, no, like he was content with Toya. He wanted to have the fire and ice quirk, but he was content with what Toya.
Because before this, it made it seem like Endeavor, as soon as Toya got out, he was like, fail. Kept going until he got told, like, but here it obviously seems like he was cool with just having Toya. Literally, if Ray didn't push for children, it would have just been Toya, and most likely, Dobby wouldn't have been created. Everybody there's a possibility.
I think you can make an argument that it was when Shoto came to be that's when he completely fucking went off the rails.
That's what I'm trying to say. Like, Rex, did you go any further in the thing? Because if you look further, it's more.
I'm on page 3.
Okay, because like when you go further in, you see that obviously the more children he had, the less was like, okay, this one is not it. This one is not it. This one is not it. You keep failing at the attempt, and then the more you think about it, the more Toya's quirk is burning him as a thing. So you see how limited he is to his goal. Because it's not like Endeavor, he overheats eventually, and that's the drawback. It's the
My thing is that one of the things that I think we really want to talk about in this flashback, though, real quick, is that we just still don't know what Natsuo's quirk is.
Yes,
true.
Like, that's just like a random thing that I think has to come into play at some point. We still don't know what his quirk is.
I think it's fire.
I presume it's ice.
I think it's fire.
Why?
Because
he's sensitive to heat too. That's the weird thing.
Yeah, he's super sensitive to heat. And I think that his quirk is heat. So we know that Toya's hair was originally black and then it started turning white.
No, it was red. It was red. It wasn't black.
I mean, you know what I mean. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. It was red, then it turned white. It's the black and white of the manga. But yeah, his hair was red and it turned white. I think that you don't have to have red hair to have fire. So I think, and because of Natsuo's like super like sensitivity to heat, I think he's the most failed of the experiments. That will also tell why he's the one that hate Endeavors the most. Like,
shit, we get a $50.
I know.
Yeah, but he has Endeavor's power, the same as Endeavor, but he literally can never use it. Like literally never use it. I think that's because him having an ice quirk would just like be like, but I think he has a fire quirk.
Then here's something I don't understand though. They still don't really show me what the fuck happened to Toya. So like, I know he like it was a forest fire that they thought he died, but like, what happened? What led to that forest fire?
Yeah, because so the trick here, and I'm fine with us not knowing right away, because we finally get payoff to like the day that Toya died, right? We finally get to know that like Toya died in a giant wildfire, more than likely caused by their quirks. So more than likely what happened is that like he attempted a prominence burn, part of his face like fell off and he like went staggering in the woods somewhere or some shit. Or just like while they were training, somebody was like, number 2 hero training his kid, lots of fire, and took advantage of the situation. I think we might finally start to see a payoff for when Ujiko mentioned how he might have met some of them earlier, where they might have actually kidnapped Toya, and then we're like, wait, no, this quirk kind of is raw, but it also sucks. It just kind of like sent him on his way. Because the other thing is that I don't think in the beginning, like I think, yes, he was frustrated. Yes, he wanted, I think it got worse as time went on. Like when he was training him, because like he's like, what, like as you see, he's like taking the time to like be considerate, and he's like, hey, what's up with your hair? Like, hey, who's echoing?
Whoa. Yo, the biggest thing in this chapter just happened. Compress. My word, another with quite the bloodline. Is this the compress?
Yeah.
That's what I was talking about when I joined the chat.
Oh my God, this is hype.
Hold on. I gotta cover these super chats real quick before they go away.
Who got super chats?
So we got 2 more. So hold on.
We got 3 more. We got the one from $5.
Yeah. So let me like cover them. So first off, no Google, no, I do not want to change my name. Said thanks for the entertainment. Thank you, I appreciate that. Siobhan Robertson, Endeavor was cool with Toya, but once Shoto came, he showed him more attention, causing Toya to probably push his limits to please Endeavor and burning himself. That is where I think we're headed with this one. Adam D. Blurred, since when did you have super chats? Rex should have dyed his hair red. Flames chapter as always. Yes.
Yo, appreciate the donations, y'all.
Also, we got 69 viewers. Hey,
let's go.
Hey, church booming, boy.
So guys, please like the stream, guys. Like the stream. Show the love.
What is it? No, yeah, that was what I was talking about when I joined the chat. What Rex just brought up.
Compress is who? So who do y'all think Compress? What bloodline Compress? Is he talking about himself or is he talking about someone else?
What was the name of that legendary thief?
It was something like Takami. Like, there's OG Hanma who's from the old days. OG Hanma is from like the old days. There is a Takami thief though, like one named Takami something.
Yeah, but I think that's Hawks.
Yeah,
that's Hawks. That's Hawks' father.
They reference that here actually.
Yeah. So like if even if he's not from that thief bloodline, like what bloodline is Compress from? Is it a hero we know?
Man, we have no.
I don't know. It doesn't necessarily have to be though. So remember, it's all about execution or that could be one of the twists that like the Toya Dabi one was more obvious, but the Compress one could be something because this nigga ain't even revealed his face not once yet. And most we got was his lip, his eyes, and a little bit of his hair. That was the most we ever got with this nigga with his face. I mean, 24/7, this nigga all has a mask.
So what you're saying is Compress is secretly Momo's uncle.
Yeah, basically, that's what I'm saying.
Dude, what I'm saying is that Compress reveal better than the Dabi reveal. That's all I'm waiting on.
All right.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie. I've been more interested in who Compress was for the longest time, way more than Dabi.
That's fair enough because
I've been waiting for this reveal because I knew it was gonna slap this hard.
Like, cause like with Dabi, it's like okay, cool, it's Toya, like obvious, but like with Compress, we literally don't know. There's been no hints. Like that's why that's why when this reveal happens, I think it's going to be bigger. And I think the reason why Horikoshi hasn't dropped any hints because his reveal maybe play a bigger part in the later half of the series.
Yeah, I don't want to. I kind of want to talk about that going forward, but I want to wait because that's on time and stuff I want to talk about.
Okay.
No. You did not actually see his face. His mask got blasted off, and there was another mask under that mask.
Yeah. He's a ghost.
Somebody said we seen this, but no, yeah, we didn't see his face. All you see was his lips and his
his eyes.
A bit of his hair. Yeah, a little bit of his hair. That's it. That's all you ever see that nigga.
Mm-hmm. Also, the other thing is that Compress can be talking about Redestro. He can also be perceiving Shigaraki as from an important bloodline due to the fact that he doesn't necessarily know that Shigaraki isn't the biological son of All For One. I don't think that's like come up in conversation. Like, oh, by the way, you're All For One son. Oh no, I'm adopted. Like,
So yeah.
But I feel like that line was meant to be like, they're like, what the fuck are you talking about? Type deal.
Yeah, because they could have just left it as it was, but they gave him a specific panel on his own.
Yeah, no. It can definitely be more.
What we talk about.
But like, here's the thing, right? I try to do the same thing within My Hero that we try to push in the One Piece fandom. Well, actually, that the One Piece fandom kind of should have pushed a little earlier, which is be careful how many theories you want to craft and like fill your brain with, because it can very quickly like snowball you into attachments to ideas that have nothing to actually do with the story, and they're like purely your headcanons and conjectures. So you just want to make sure that you like we always keep but there's also more grounded, less shocking ways this can happen. Like it doesn't have to always be like a super crazy plot twist. So you just got to keep the balance. You know what I'm saying?
That's
Can't you see? No.
And that's why I don't make theories.
Can't you see? No.
The
best character in My Hero.
Can't you see Kun was going out sad this chapter?
I forgot. Did you read those 2 super chats you just got? The $20 ones?
Yeah.
What the fuck? They were $20.
Yeah. We get already people who give us we got for the 2020 10 5 5.
Yeah, 2020 is officially a dub, so I don't care.
It's really good, man. I never expected this. The thing about it, I never expected this to see this in my life, that I will get that we will have like people giving money like this. So I'm really happy. Yeah, no, I didn't expect this right now. I never thought about this.
I think I've been in a lot of streams. That might be why I'm not even really so shocked by this.
This is crazy.
No. Let's stay on chapter.
This chapter might be one of my favorites of the year.
This Twice thing is crazy. Like
I wish I was on Dustin Street. I wish I was on Dustin Street because I told them niggas prior to this happening. It's like, nah, I ain't got no foot. I'm like, okay. But came back around.
We've said that in here before.
Yeah, and I told them that too, but then Dustin was like, there's no way for them to have footage in there. But I said, Skeptic it's a damn mansion. Skeptic ain't got no cameras around nowhere, no footage at all. He's like, they wouldn't have no footage of it whatsoever. But this chapter came back around. It came back full force. So I was so satisfied. We getting that nigga out of here, boy. Ooh, good Lord. Thank you.
See, that's why Sayas needed an extra 30 minutes. She had to prep herself.
Yeah, because she could. Because,
I really thought that he was going to kill him.
She had to prep her Dobby slander.
Yo, man, I really thought that he was going to kill him with the prominence burn. Damn,
who said he said? Never mind. I'll let y'all have that combo. I ain't
prominence.
I ain't made nothing.
Oh no. Damn, Horikoshi did some great stuff too.
Also, the fact that Genus doesn't even have a parachute, homie is just jumping out of an airplane is kind of wild.
Man, this guy, Squid says all time, but Best Genius is really one of the best heroes. Really, top 3. We understand really well why he wasn't in the top 3, top 4. This guy has the drip, has the expertise. He has everything to be on that list, man. Damn.
White Despair, Black Hope. Yeah. Anyone else think that Hawk's device, potentially a recorder, will come into play? You see, as much as I hate humans, I can argue that yes, it may come into play at the same time. But at the same time, you can't really uncover your name because the Hero Association is not backing that nigga up. They already said you on your fucking own prior to this.
They legit told him like, "Hey, yo, if you get caught doing something bad, if the moves you make get you in some serious trouble, good luck, nigga." Like they hit him with the good luck treatment. Like, hey, like that's on you, GLHF.
The man, we're gonna have that conversation later.
I forgot to mention something.
All y'all.
Like when Dobby was talking about Hawks, not even in the video, just to Endeavor, it's implied that he doesn't know who he is. They don't know each other. Because he made that statement. He said I did some digging on Hawks. It wasn't like something like he already knew.
I was right. It was no training thing. We argued for like 2 hours on this one that originally came up. I was right.
Yeah, Rex got that double now.
I was getting beat down. I was getting beat down that string. I was like, please. I just don't think it does. Like, dude, shut up, nigga. Pop, 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 pop. I was like, oh my god.
He had to take an L to get it done, you know.
Oh
Listen, Rex. Go ahead and hit the Joker dance with the red suit on right now, bro. You won.
Bro, I'm telling you, so like if there wasn't COVID, I would have 100% got a better clown suit. I would actually went out and like went to a costume store and got something better. But because
sorry, bro. Listen,
I can't fit
through.
in.
No, because like COVID is like on the rise and everything. Like,
yeah,
no, do it. No, keep yourself safe, motherfucker. You're gonna sick.
Yeah, we'll need you. with the clown suit on. We don't need you dying out here just for the name.
Look like Krusty and shit.
I'm really happy. I'm really happy for this chapter because it put all my dubs away for the relationship way.
See, you out here traumatizing people in the Discord for nothing.
Man, so funny, I was just connecting dots, and I was really scared. Scared that this to happen.
All right, so, Black Genius. Best Genius is a Black Genius. Lol. So there's no chapter next week? Oh my god.
Yeah. Also, one of the things that I want to talk about now, though, is that I remember during the Twice chapter, and like, yeah, everybody like got on board with it. Like afterwards, everybody was like, yeah, all right, cool. We know that he died. Like, it's fine. But my thing is that I love the fact that we never got to see the actual stabbing until now.
Yes. I noticed that when I saw the spoilers. I was like, they actually showed him get stabbed. Let's go.
Yeah. The play. Listen, this is on. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna give y'all 5 seconds to mute real quick. If you are on JJK anime or Jujutsu Kaisen anime only. 5, 4. Jujutsu Kaisen anime only. Mute real quick. 3, 2, 1. Mechamaru was my favorite character in JJK, and the way they did him dirty with Mahito's bitch ass coming out the blue, doing how I killed him, and then the payoff I got afterwards with Mechamaru pulling up being the MVP of Shibuya, and then the proper send off he had with Miwa was so goated. It just pays off, and this again with Twice how he had the symbolic send off, but then this again that he still got some type of like closure. Like, all right, you may have died, but it wasn't for nothing, dog.
Also, shout out to Annalisa who decided to come in for a couple minutes before work. Another one of the late night church warriors.
Oh, Annalisa! Happy to see you here, girl.
Like anybody who was in the call last night knows why I'm laughing.
Yeah. Oh my fucking god.
Say yes. All right, the wonderful Sayez has graced us with her presence. Bishop Sayez, tell me what is on your mind after reading this latest chapter
of My
Hero
chapter.
Academia.
I mean, I said it last week that when we were just talking that probably this next chapter has good chance to be my favorite chapter of the year. I'm not quite sure if it is, but I love it anyway. It's awesome.
Yes, this was amazing.
For sure.
I have a stance to take.
Oh boy.
After this chapter, I don't think Endeavor's dying.
Oh, yeah, I don't know.
I don't think it's dying.
I told y'all that. I told y'all that last week, and y'all got my ass.
He could just die right now.
Look, people always get mad. Okay, time out. People always get mad when Endeavor's death gets brought up. And people. So here's the thing. Endeavor's suffering. Because like I said, Todoroki Estate is basically a fighting game. I don't know if that was on here. That was on Anime Lately. I said this. But the Todoroki Estate is basically a fighting game, like a video game stage and a fighting game. It is too good of a place to fight with all its setup for it to not be utilized. So well, it
could be utilized between Shoto and just Dabi, but I don't think.
But but they don't live there anymore. You know what I mean?
So when I say I don't, it's hard to say because I'm still like. I went from 50-50 on it to like 70-30. It's still a possibility he could die in this arc. I just like the more these chapters go on and the more like he doesn't like Gina's coming in right here at this moment, kind of like
Lisa.
Yes.
Yeah, like it kind of like rose to him not dying thing. Like, but if he dies here, I literally have no problem with it. Like, but it's just getting more and more like looking like he's not going to die.
I'll say two things. Oh, you got it.
Wait. Yeah,
no, I actually don't think that this chapter changes a lot in terms of likelihood. Like, I do think that the moment we saw that Bastian is probably alive, it was pretty clear that if Endeavor gets saved, it's probably going to be because of Bastianus. I don't really think this chapter changes anything about the likelihood of him living or dying, and I am a bit careful of changing my prognosis every chapter. I was always somebody who thought that I preferred him being alive, also not just because I like him so much, but also because I think there is more for him to come. But I don't really like the idea of changing and flipping this way and that way with every chapter that is out, because really, whatever situation he creates in this chapter, he can undo it in the next chapter. So I'm a bit careful with changing my position drastically after each chapter.
So my stance is that I believe that Endeavor can die here. I think it's like it functions very well here, but I don't think it necessary, because I don't believe in the whole like. I believe that there's like, all right, this is like the end of your character arc. What else can you really do here? But I also don't think that necessarily applies to Endeavor, because sometimes your character arc is you catch fat L's and suffer.
Yeah, I mean, like with me 100%. At this point is that I still think Endeavor dies. I just don't think it happens in this arc anymore, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I think the next arc, because like the thing is also is that the only reason why is if Horikoshi takes the approach that Ian mentioned, or like East, where they feel like the villains and the heroes need a balance to the amount of loss they experience this arc, and that the villains losing twice is more significant than everything that the heroes lost. I don't agree with that notion, because I think that thematically the heroes have lost way more.
Oh, 100%. I don't
and
think
like there's like way like no like to me no wait before you try to cut me off. Surface level, the villains lost more because like they lost a character that we like care about more, but objectively speaking they have not lost nearly as much, and no matter how you try to spin it you cannot get around that fact. But the heroes lost way more. What up, Silvers?
Hey, first off let me say thank you for having me in here. I finally caught up to My Hero. Secondly, praise twice. He is our Lord and Savior. He is the love of my life.
Yes.
Dear God.
Amen.
Dear God, that man went too soon.
Secondly,
lastly, Smash, when you say that the heroes lost more and you feel like that there needs to be a balance between losses.
Oh no, I don't feel like there needs to be a balance.
No.
Okay. All right. Okay. But either way,
me and somebody else said that.
Either way, whoever was the one who made that point, that's kind of the point of a hero's story, to overcome the losses that they go through. Especially, I'm pretty sure everybody in here reads comic books.
Yes.
A lot of us in here do.
I do.
When it comes to most like big events, a lot of those characters lose a lot in terms of like their in terms of like their personal lives. They lose things that's close to them, and they get that overwhelming desire to just want to end everything, just give up and just absolutely lose everything. If Endeavor dies here, I feel like that's more for either Todoroki to develop, and I don't want to say forgiving his father, because I feel like he kind of already did. They were already making strides to improve that relationship. But at the same time, I kind of agree that I don't think Endeavor's going to die here. Just because, like you said, Smash, part of a character arc could just be taking fat L's.
All right. Let me chime in since I waited this long down. So I'm glad Silver's, that all actually worked out perfectly, because when Silver's, honestly, I wasn't going to cut you off and say a full thing, but I was going to say, I was like, we weren't talking about from like the thematic narrative of course, the heroes have lost more than the villains. We and Ian were talking about from, I don't know what a literature term you will put it in, but the affection and cause for the readers themselves, and more so like, and it affects like the narrative too, and therefore worse to die. But we were talking about also in the case of like us as the readers being affected by that. But to go on even further, listen, I still stand by what I said. I mean, if he don't die, it's just Horikoshi, right? And so, like I said, I stand by my God, 10 out of 10, no matter what. Unlike some people, okay? I stand by. But I'm not going to change my point. And I'm cool. I'm not going to debate nobody and give like, well, this can happen. No. Whatever happens. I'm not going to debate. I got my stance. And it's not something I'm super duper passionate about, like who I'm going to go on about next. That's not what I'm That's not my stance in this. So like whichever way it flows, okay. But me and Ian weren't going about the narrative itself and like the equivalence, because we know what the heroes lost compared to the villains isn't on the same level. Okay, the heroes have to deal with the repercussions of that and a different facet. We were talking about how it affected the people closer to the characters in the story going forward like that. And it wasn't just Todoroki, but like we were talking about from that aspect on a more emotional level, not just the entire narrative of just like, okay, well the heroes lost way more and they're affected way more than just that. Like we were talking about a balance of equalness for the reader themselves.
No.
Because it's not like it has
that's
to
what I'm
be
saying
just
though.
for that.
That's what I'm saying though. For me, this is balance because I know objectively they've lost so much that I can't sit here and be like it's unbalanced. The heroes didn't lose enough because I know how much they lost. I can't be like I wasn't as attached to Crust, so therefore I'm going to ignore all the story implications and be like it's not balanced. And I don't believe that within the structure of a single arc, you need to have that balance. I think in an overall story, you should have that balance.
At the same time, like even if on the villain side, we lost twice. If we were to lose like 3 more people on the villain side, I feel like the heroes would still have been damaged a lot more because their number 1 hero has just been dragged through the mud. If Endeavor does
along with number 2.
Oh yeah, and number 2 has been dragged through the mud too. And once all of this is said and done, if Endeavor does survive this, he's going to have to face the repercussions from the public. That's one of the downsides to being a hero, that once the public lose faith in you, you're pretty much done as a symbol of peace or any kind of hero, or in any kind of hero terms. And that's why I think if the villains were to lose like as many, well, I'm not going to say as many people as possible, but if they were to lose a significant amount of people on their side, the heroes would still be damaged a lot more than they would because they have the public to worry about as well as the villains.
It kind of cycles back to Kamino.
Yeah, but hey, Smash, I just wanted to jump in here, give a quick point and shit. I'm at work. I just had like 15 minutes for my break.
Yeah.
All right, but
I appreciate you coming through for that little bit.
Hey, congratulations on 1K. I'm mad I wasn't able to be the first super chat, but take it easy, y'all. Have a good one.
Hey, be smooth. Hey man, I got to have the old trio back together for a little while.
You too.
I just want.
Hold on,
you're roboting.
So Sayas isn't a robot right now, so Sayas gets to go.
No, I just want to say 2 things. First is that I still don't believe in the whole balancing act. I don't think that's necessary at all. I do think that it is perfectly normal that that sides shift and turn. One side take losses and the others maybe doesn't, and then and these balancing out, that doesn't have to happen in the same act. Like there was no balancing out for the loss of Sir Night-Eye, for example, on the villain side. It was just, you don't need this balancing out, and especially you don't need balancing out in the same arc that it happens for one side as it does for the other. And the second is what you said earlier, is the whole with the thing whether he has a bit of story left. I always, and I said this before and I want to say it again at this point, I really don't like the notion of you have to kill a character as soon as there's no story left. It's somewhat predictable, and it's also, I just don't like it because it kind of forgets that these characters are supposed to be people who have more than just kind of a story.
Yeah. Also, East, I had to mute you because you were giving too much feedback, just so you know, in case you say something as a follow-up.
Oh shit! Okay, my bad. I don't know.
Why did I get mute?
I couldn't figure out who was giving out the noise. So I was just like muting people that weren't sayers until I found it, because it wasn't like highlighting the screen. Who just turned into a robot again?
Somebody's roboting. Yeah.
Not me.
Also, BG, you got muted too. So
okay. Someone speaking.
Yeah, I'm still hearing some robot sounds too.
Yeah, Ponzu is fine, I think. He comes.
Yeah, East, you might want to throw in some earphones or headphones.
That's what I got on, but I'm gonna take them hoes off.
Yeah, East is roboting.
Yeah. My thing is, when we look at, so one of my questions is,
hello?
Yeah, you get now.
Yeah. All right. So, since
since we on this topic, I'm just gonna. We talked about getting a floor.
Yeah. You said you had a little speech you wanted to drop real quick. So
yeah,
let's hear the Archbishop rant.
All right, so me and him were talking about this. He's supposed to be my partner and going in on this, but he's not here today, so I just carry both of us as the Archbishop. It is my duty. But this is about the effect and repercussions of All Might actually dying. You can always make the case for Endeavor, but All Might living on and suffering when he's being helpless or hopeless. We've already lived through that, and he already has portrayed his feelings in being hopeless and not being able to do anything within this. And yes, he's not dying his art, but there are multiple things you'll have to do to justify a lot of story and it not be plot holes. First, you'll have to give Deku a fight where he's saving All Might because he's the only one that can, quote unquote, yes, I know it's not accurate, he's actually changing the future, but quote unquote actually changed the future that night I saw. Because if you're to justify that this whole thing happened and it's like, okay, but he still lived on, okay, it would have to have been Deku himself to fight another villain to defend All Might in this case of that. But even more so, people talk about Horikoshi subverting expectations and it just being the old mentor and master, the master passing away for the MC's growth and stuff like that. All Might is way bigger than just Deku in the story. They even talked about this multiple times. And Shigaraki's goal when the point has been to take him out. And when the conversation, I'm reading a lot back too, and the conversation him and Deku even had in the mall, it was always like, what is it? What is this shit? What is the difference between us? He was like, it's All Might. That's who it is. It's always the pillar of society. Even now, a hopeless skeleton, this nigga is always getting the attention from everybody else. Hold on, you got a donation from Rodat. Aniki, you get my first ever donation. Look at that.
Wait. Right. Super chat going hard again? Oh my God. Oh my God.
Want to read it out?
I mean, you just said it.
Yeah, okay. But shout out to Rodat. But back to the All Might thing. He's more important than just Deku's narrative as a growth. It's also for Shigaraki's growth as an entire character and being feared is a symbol of peace. Symbol of evil. If people gonna still look to hope for like, well, at least All Might still. We can always count on All Might to come through and be that pure cock brazen guy. He might not be there, but he's still here. But it's like they shouldn't be looking to All Might. The next ultimate greatest hero should be Deku more than anything so ever. So it's not just all about All Might dying for Deku's growth. No, it's more. He is way bigger than just that. He's not just affecting Deku. He shifts the whole entire paradigm if something were to actually happen to this guy. This guy can't do nothing for society, yet he still affects the society as its entirety and as its whole. So it's like, okay, so let me ask y'all this question. Just one who's I know this may be a little bit harsh, so forgive me, Aniki, but who's for a lot of us Americans or people, who's passing away affects you more? Somebody off some case you've seen on the news, or Stanley's death for most American fans, or Kobe Bryant's death. The people that you admire and these goats and gods that we admire, like if Horikoshi were to pass, whose death affects you more right now? Horikoshi or one of your favorite manga? The Horikoshi's death or some news you see on the street like, yeah, that's sad, but I just lost somebody who meant the world to me, who I praised every day, who I looked up. I read their story multiple times. The people who really inspired you, All Might, who carried this fucking society for 30, 40 years, and he really did this shit. It's like, okay, if you really look at that, his death is way bigger than just, his death way just bigger than just Deku. His death will really shift the paradigm in its entirety, especially you still have an Endeavor here suffering. It's like, okay, we still got these people, some people we can rely on, but if it's done for, you cut that chain. It's like I said, it's not just for Deku, it's for the entire society, push the entire narrative forward. And the only way you can air quote cop that out or just deflate that Deku, that is undeniable fact that Deku would need to stop somebody from killing All Might, because like I said, you will come against the villain. And no person who can change, quote unquote, like I said, change this fate would be Deku, as we've seen so forth. But you know how Night Eye's quirk is a little bit wonky and it's the perception level. But like I said, you would need that fight further going forward, because All Might doesn't need necessarily die his art. He needs to die before we hit the inevitable time skip, and we're going to see a lot of the ramifications after this arc. So it could be downtime and more development for All Might being helpless. So you don't have to have a full arc of like years and All Might being helpless and like, oh, okay, we're training kids. He's already did that shit. You see him do that already. And another 15 chats from Grandma Cookies. Something like 15.
I appreciate the love, Grandma.
Grandma's cookies. Nah, but that's my whole spiel on All Might. I was just wanting to lay that out there because I've been going through the narratives. Like they keep bringing up this pillar, even just his statue staying up there, bro. Like Shigaraki said, "I'm destroying All Might and his dregs." Like it's like because like we can argue, right? They still have some hope here and there. They're not gonna all complete. We can argue there's still ramifications that have to happen, and there'll still be some people on the hero side.
Yeah.
Right.
So
like they need that crippling blow that all hope is going truly. Like the redistricting them really rise. Like we need this was definitely like the biggest blow they could take. Even Dever doesn't die, whatever you have it. The villains take the W ultimately, but then there needs to be like this crushing fist. Because even think about Mahito in the case that he truly is a villain, right? And you hate this nigga for what exactly reason? How many? Ian points out now that Shigaraki doesn't have that many hero bodies. Until like now, it's been like a decay dust wave, right? But how many people did he really body? Like he body grants? It's been a villains versus villains. So it's like he needs that body because people don't really hate Shigaraki if you really reading the story. People that actually write My Hero don't hate Shigaraki. They recognize him as a GOAT or a really well written character. So it's that Mahito is a really well written character and it's GOAT too, but it's that motherfucker keep killing highly important people to us in the narrative too, like the other characters in that world. So it's like Shigaraki needs a crowning achievement to be the ultimate symbol of evil. Because even now, I'm like, whoa, shit. It was like, compare what Gigantomachia just did to Shigaraki. Just like, compare that right now. So it needs to be like, well, you got this. It's still going to be, even that the shocker, the electricity guy, when they first pulled up to the thing, it's going to be like, he's going to be like, he's like, this is what happened when you went on Shigaraki or whatever. Like, Redestro's seen what Shigaraki is capable of. He's seen and believed, but it's still going to be niggas that's questioning the faith and stuff like that. And it needs to be Shigaraki crowning achievement. And I can't help but try to remember one person that told me if Shigaraki were to decay All Might and put this guy's hand
that was me. That was my agenda from back in the day.
Yeah, I do believe that was my Bishop Anarchy. So in being that would be the ultimate proclamation that I am fully here. Because what other things do you have to say about Shigaraki's growth from here? Like, yes, the league coming closer and bonding more too. But it's like he does need some more growth. He's not finished here. He's still got lots to grow, like a good lots to grow too. And that 75% wasn't just a power thing. It was like a mental thing too. It's like he's almost there. You need to really be like, this nigga took out All Might. This nigga did this. This nigga did that. This nigga is a force to be reckoned with. But that's my spiel about All Might. I just said what I had to say. So
also, I want to real quick address the question in the chat. He's supposed to be a symbol of terror or fear because he's supposed to just like bring death. So you could also argue he's like a symbol of death. But honestly, he's not going to be seen as either of those symbols until after the history books are written, because right now he's a symbol of liberation to a good chunk of his followers, and he's going to end up being that when, you know, we got this nice cut in half country finally being divided properly, and, you know, you got all your factions taking which side of the nation they want to live in. So yeah. But as to that, like, that's why. So, like, I talked to Ian about that, and he was like, you know, I feel like it doesn't make sense to have Deku beat Fate and then be like, sorry, kid, he saw the future, you're dead. But for me personally, I like that notion. As weird as that sounds to some people, I like the notion of Horikoshi kind of being like, no. The reason why when he looked into the future, he could not see you living is because you were literally sitting there with a time loop cheat code on your backpack, basically making you some kind of weird anomaly in the space-time continuum.
So for me personally, like if everyone else lives in a story, the only person I need to die is All Might. And like Ian is very adamant about him not dying. And me and Ian have had this conversation so many times where I'm just like, bro, there's nothing that in my opinion, that All Might brings to the story anymore that justifies him living. Like,
actually, Rex, we were just talking about All Might dying. That's who helped me come up with some of this stuff. Was Ian.
Yeah, like it's like for me personally,
did
it
Ian
just like
change his opinion?
No, I think Ian still is on the.
No. We were literally like All Might dying.
He's okay. So here's the thing. He's okay with All Might dying based on the last conversation we had. He just wants him to die like a noticeable bit later, so that it can be like, no, it wasn't exactly the future that Night Eye saw. But I'm like, Night Eye himself already would have accounted for that, like when he explained his quirk, which is that you can create delays, but it still ends up happening. And I was talking about this, and I talked about like if All Might doesn't die, I don't know like how good that actually is for his character.
I don't know how good that is for my hero. Like if All Might makes it to the final chapter of the story and lives on, I lose respect for my hero. Like a extreme amount, because not only did you not have to set up this, you could have just been like, oh well, I'm gonna live to see you become the #1 hero. Like that's what's gonna happen. But you've literally been throughout the entire story. One, your stomach thing. One, your timer of the heroes running out. Two, you have the thing before the sports festival. It's like, well, Deku, I may not be there to see you do this. You have the Night Eye stuff. You have them giving there's just so many things compounded on each other. Real quick, BG. Look, there's so many things compounded on each other about All Might's death, and then it just feels so like, what's the point of even setting all this up, giving everybody hopes up? Then even outside of Deku, look at Shigaraki. His death, like the first time we're introduced to Shigaraki, his goal is to kill All Might, not to kill Deku, not to destroy like the Hero Society as his first goal that we hear out of his mouth is to kill All Might. For him not to accomplish that goal in any capacity is trash. I don't care what anybody says.
I agree with what I was saying was, okay, so while you're right, they have set up a lot. There has been still a good bit amount of setup for him not to die too. I'm not saying that's going to happen because I actually prefer him to die, but I am going to say that they have kind of laid up two different avenues. I do personally think that if we're gonna keep Endeavor alive, I think one of them has to die. I can't be. I don't think.
Yeah, they both can't live.
I heard somebody mention before about he wants it would be better to have fucking Endeavor witness witness his failure and live with it. I'm like, you mean like All Might? We can't have them both be the same way. I wouldn't like that.
I wouldn't either. Like I just feel like if Endeavor makes it to the end of the story, whatever. His importance in dying, he has a lot that he can do if he's alive. We've seen how great he is of a teacher because he had to work hard, unlike All Might. We see that his wrongdoings and stuff, he has to live with that. There's so many things you could say for Endeavor living. For All Might, I just don't see there any world in which All Might is doesn't serve the story more alive.
Okay, I'm gonna put this bluntly.
Yeah.
Endeavor living is more interesting than All Might living.
Yes.
But I mean, the other thing about All Might living is there's almost literally no purpose for it, because even if he dies, we'll still see him in the story in the vestige world.
That's a hot take I have, which is that I don't want All Might to have a vestige.
Why?
Because he doesn't have a quirk.
Oh,
it doesn't matter.
I mean, neither does the first user.
But isn't
yes, the first user did have a quirk. His quirk was to pass on quirks.
No, but wasn't he part of?
He's already part of the vestige world.
In the very first time when we saw the silhouettes in the fight against Shinso,
he had a super shaky vestige. He did not have a complete vestige. Even when we went into the hero world, like the one for all world, you had the people completely blacked out, and then you had wispy All Might.
Yeah, but I've always just attributed that to him being alive.
Yeah,
there's zero okay. Here's the thing though. We now know that being alive does not determine whether or not your consciousness is stored within a vestige. Why do we know that?
All for one.
So now we can't even use that as an excuse for why All Might's vestige wasn't complete.
No, I actually like the idea. I just thought we had already seen it. But it's fine if it's incomplete. That would make sense. My take about All Might is I don't need him to die, but the thing is, he is so important in the story that he can't just vanish. The thing is with Endeavor is even when his story ends, he could just technically vanish. You don't need to write him all the time. You don't need to give him a story. Technically, he can just sit at home, do his thing, and we don't need to see it. We have lived quite a long while without him in the story, and we can live without him in the story again, even if he's alive. With All Might, it's kind of different because All Might is in this very important position. He's the mentor of our main character. Deku always comes to him with questions. He's also a teacher in UA, which means when he's alive, he also has to be in the story. There's no way to have him be alive and also have him take a minor part in the story. And we already see this now, is that he doesn't really have the capacity anymore to be this major part in the story. Like all the things we get with All Might is really just repetitive. Why did you choose me stuff, or repetitive, how does this quirk work stuff, or repetitive, I'm trying to be a teacher stuff. And this is something that I think gets really boring, which is something that we can't really keep doing for many more chapters. That's sad. I don't necessarily need him to die via violent means. I think there are enough means where he could just die out of sickness. And because I do think that it would be nice if we see that Senai's visions did not come true, but the result of the Night Eye's visions not coming true is of course not that All Might won't die, because of course he will die at some point, and it's not something that can be prevented at all. So the reason I think that him dying because of his injury would be, I think, actually a nice idea, because we already kind of had this public a downfall of All Might, where we had to kind of live with what do we do with a post All Might world. We had that, which would mean that it's kind of repetitive if we get this again. I mean, I could see many reasons why it would be interesting, but it would also, I think, a little bit repetitive. Secondly, I think it would be, in a way, for Deku maybe interesting to see actual severe consequences because of just going too far and putting your body through much, because still at this point I don't think Deku really sees the dangers that much of him. Even now he has sacrificed his arms, and I'm fairly sure that when this arm is fixed, in whichever manner it's fixed, even if it's not completely fixed, he won't change his self-sacrificing. But if he sees that All Might actually died out of his self-sacrificing, maybe that would be an interesting take.
Okay, so
real quick. You're gonna go first?
Real quick. I want to cycle back to something that I talked about real quick because I got somebody to respond, like a response in the chat. Saying that the AFO and One for All Vestige worlds have different rules is entirely baseless. You're kind of hoping that that's the case to make sure you can keep All Might story. And there's like zero justification for that assumption, because if Nana's in there, if Banjo's in there, if the first user's in there, and All for One's in his vestige, and he directly states that the people whose quirks he steal, they show up in his consciousness, meaning their vestiges were still in their quirks, whether or not he killed everybody whose quirk he stole, which based on vigilantes and the survival of O'Clock and the fact that he becomes Knuckle Duster means that that's not the case. He did not kill every person. Or with Ragdoll, then we have to assume that if you have a quirk, your DNA is like there. What the reason why All Might likely has a ghosty one is because it still recorded some of his DNA, but with no quirk there to actually like bolster it. It's not that strong. I'm kind of hoping that you get like one good ghost conversation out of it, but but the vestige just isn't good enough. That's why I'm a fan of All Might dying within the next 20-30 chapters, and then maybe just maybe at like 100% when Deku finally has full control of the quirk, he can get like one conversation in with All Might. But that vestige drag thing, like it's based on your quirks.
Well, actually, that was what I was gonna get something else though. Like
Deku is ghosty half the time, but also he has the quirk currently. So
boys, I was gonna say I see where you're coming from, Sayers, with that, but I wouldn't like that. Because of the fact that it's all about the fact that it's not even because of All Might dying. Fuck that. It's all about Shigaraki. Shigaraki is the main reason why I'm saying All Might has to die violently. Because
I can absolutely see that. It's just I wanted to mention it because I thought it was actually an alternative. And the thing is with Shigaraki now is he seems kind of out of it. So
he's out of it right now. But the thing is, even before the surgery, he still said he wants to get rid of the dregs that All Might left behind. He still wants to kill him.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I see no reason for him to not murder the shit out of him.
Yeah, and like it just feels so like if this was any other villain besides Shigaraki, if this was a villain we didn't get, the fact that we got Shigaraki's backstory, the fact that we had this we spent so much time with Shigaraki, he needs this W. I don't care what anybody says, Shigaraki needs the All Might Death W. Like he does. Like whether he wins anything else from the rest of the series on, that is his one W that we need to give him. And
I agree with Rex.
Him not killing All Might and then Deku beating him, it's just like it's too not the manga fairy tale, but like in the sense of fairy tale-ish, like where everything just works out in hunky dory and Night Eye's quirk that was working 100% of the time before just happened to stop working. It just like there's so many inconsistencies. Like I just don't think that. And then like Saya said, All Might being in the story, like we have to do the repetitive thing. And then also All Might gave Deku the notebook, so all the knowledge he had, he gave to Deku. And All Might isn't the best teacher because he was a natural born talent. That serves more of an Endeavor role who had to actually he learned more from Endeavor than he did from All Might.
Well, he learns more working with Bakugo than he would have learned directly with All Might.
That's another thing.
That's another thing. Bakugo being a naturally born talent.
That's another thing I was going to get at.
I think you were saying something.
Yeah, that was another thing I was getting at. The main reason, and the biggest reason I think that his death is almost confirmed in my eyes, is the fact that they had that I want to live moment essentially just like right before all the fighting started. So I think that's definitely to me a red flag.
But my thing is, this is one thing I will say though. Honestly, Roger gave a really good fucking point because I don't know where some of y'all be kind of hypocritical if y'all think Bakugo is just dying because his character arc is done, because y'all just said the same thing about Endeavor living on after his original.
I don't think Bakugo's character arc is done though.
You know good one. I wouldn't.
Yeah, I know you, BG. So basically, to say that even more so, Deku won't even be alone. We've already talked about the kids rising up themselves. He won't be alone. Like, so, I forgot who kept saying, like, it pushed the narrative of Ochiko's feelings come to complete to the forefront, seeing Deku as a fucking nothing but a fucking discarded limp noodle. And then you got that blooms that relationship. Bakugo's already showcased, like, me looking out for Deku was my way of, like, apologizing in a sense to myself and making up for all the shit I've done, like, up until then. Without him specifically saying that, but he was like talking about it with Arma. He's like, it's basically his own way. And Roger brought up the point of like Bakugo being Deku's caretaker in a sense, like make sure he gets his head on straight, because like I do think Saya said like he still has a probably won't even learn from this about what self-sacrificing is going to really fucking cost you, because he is thick-headed in that sense. So it's like, and he was still ready to fucking move again when Dabi with them throwing like jumping down. Yeah. Of course, you had those two panels about going fucking. Deku, they was looking up like, oh shit, he about to come, like he finna do something again. And I'm like, okay, so it's like it's like All Might's role is like he doesn't just need fully All Might. And All Might's hiding fucking secrets.
All right, so one thing I will say, like, I disagree about the self-sacrificing thing that he needs to, like, at some point. I think he knows the lesson. I truly feel that no amount of talking to Deku will ever change this part of him. It's just that, like, when the going gets tough, he gets going. It's just like it's in his nature to where if nobody else can do anything, when the odds are stacked against the wall, Deku's gonna go in regardless of what else. Like we can preach like, oh, Deku's learning not to be self-sacrificing, learn to work as a team. That's cool with Danny. He works as a team. But if everyone else is like injured or something and no one else can stand up, he's standing up. He will sacrifice himself for the many to live. No matter, I don't care what situation it is, I don't care how much he grows, that will never change in Deku. We've seen it throughout this series. I don't think that ever changes.
I can't agree with that. I can't agree with that because the story's making a point of it that it's a problem and it has to be fixed.
No. You're missing what I'm saying. I'm saying he learns to work as a team. He learns not to injure himself. But what I'm saying is, if they're like, what we got to understand, sometimes in life there's only two options: do nothing or do something. In those scenarios, Deku is always going to do something, regardless of like if everyone is injured or everyone is doing like can't move. And if Deku can move, he will give his body and his life to save everybody. But that will not change. But that won't change.
No. He doesn't have to. No. You're misunderstanding me. I'm not saying he has to stop being like trying to get like save the day. I'm saying it has to lessen the amount of like destruction on himself that he has to do. That's all that has to change.
But I just said that. But I said that. But I'm saying I said that earlier. I said he learned how to work as a team. He learns how to lessen and injure himself. But at the end of the day, if there's an ultimatum, he is making the ultimatum to where he risk his life to save everybody else.
So
that's the ultimatum he will always make.
Okay, the thing about Deku, I already told this last time, is that right now, when I read the story, I saw that we never saw Deku praise himself, like love himself for doing something. Everybody does that. Everybody does that in life. Sometimes when you do something great, you say, "Yes, I did it. Look at me, I did it." Everybody does that. In the whole story, we never saw Deku do this. Just try to remember what Deku said. I killed it. Once. I want everybody, even you, to chat. Give me an example when Deku thought that he killed it when he did something right. You won't. Right now, I can't find an idea, and I told you guys, Deku has self-hate issues, and it is something that when you have self-hate issues, you don't like to give yourself props. You just want to say, I didn't did enough. You don't think that you're enough, that you did enough in life. And it is something that Deku has. That's why that he's possessed. Because this guy has a problem. This guy has a really he's a psychiatric case, literally. Deku, right now, more I think about it, or more that I think that Horikoshi is trying to do something big with Deku right now. Because we never saw this.
I disagree.
You disagree? Give me that an example.
Okay, wait. Deku does have self-sacrificing issues. I don't know if we want to go as far as to make it a self-hatred complex, it's more of an under.
Yeah, I do think
part of it is like I do think he undervalues himself in the sense that like he doesn't pay attention to like his impact on others and the value that he actually has. But calling it full-blown self-hatred, I don't think is the case, specifically because of the society they live within. Because hero work is so overly glorified, to me, it's more of an infatuation with heroes and what he thinks they're about, and how like, because he doesn't value himself as much in his mind, if you're a hero, the goal is to be valuable to others. So it's not necessarily like full-blown self-hatred so much as a combination of infatuation and a lack of undervaluing, which just creates a similar effect to self-hatred. But I don't think it's that deep. I don't think he like hates himself. I think it's just more like he doesn't have perspective on heroes aren't supposed to rip themselves.
Real quick. And the reason why I think that Deku doesn't like big up himself so much is because of All Might. Regardless of him like getting his own fighting style and stuff, All Might is always the reason why he will never big up himself, because it's like the Kobe thing. The job ain't done yet. It's like he knows what All Might can do, but he's not there yet. So how can he big up himself when he's not at the level where he needs to be the symbol of peace, when he's gotten this great power? So it's not like a self-hate thing. It's just that he knows that he can do better. He knows he will do better. So why, like, job ain't done? What's there to be celebrating? It's kind of like that.
No. That is really the bad thing.
Let me just say this real quick, Ponzu, before you go off. Bakugo literally stated he just deep down he doesn't take himself into account. You know, he's always been like that. And now that he can do so much more. It's like it's something doesn't feel right. That's what Bakugo literally said about Deku.
And you don't hear what I said. Yeah, what I just said is that everybody in life, this is something that we see this through the story through the eyes from different characters. This part of the story is mostly the narrator is Deku, you know. So sometimes you get ideas, we get his thoughts and everything. What I'm saying to myself, when Deku, the thing that I want to myself, because when he messed up, we see him express this in the story that about his legs, everything, and so we see sometimes, okay, man, you messed up, you know. He said to himself, okay, right now what I did was not smart. I have to calm down, everything. But he never praised himself. It is something I'm really. That's what I just right now. When I thought about this, I thought to myself, okay, it is. I don't know if Horikoshi, like we know Horikoshi, he could use it. He could use it in a story. You never know that this guy has a problem before that. But that's what I'm just trying to open something, guys. open for discussion. You're here to discuss about the story. So that's why I'm telling this. But it is not like I'm really I'm just putting this in front because it is something really that I just like, observed. So I'm really, right now, I just want to see what is gonna happen with, and I believe in Horikoshi's writing, and I think that he can use it. But every time he showed us that every detail, even panels, are not wasted. Every panel that we get is always used to put some more context, more emotions, more information. So every time he does something, he thinks about it, So yeah,
so Ponzu, a couple more of those, and you'll basically be Rex. There you go.
No.
No.
We told No. I'm not.
By the way. We made it official last night. Ponzu was actually a part of your faction, Rex.
No.
How did that happen? How did that happen?
We'll talk about that off stream.
No. He's part. Panzu was canceled too. So
how are the factions really? Anyway, I just wanted to say
don't
that
believe, guys. You know how awesome I am.
Yeah, I agree that Horikoshi doesn't do things that don't come back, and every panel counts. I agree with that, of course. I kind of disagree because I do think that definitely, I think Deku is humble. I think Deku has self-confidence issues. I do think Deku has maybe a bit of an inferiority complex a little bit. But also, now I think about it, not many characters in MHA are praising themselves. Like, I can't... Even people like
I'll say characters. People in real life, I don't see praising themselves.
Right, that's
that
the thing.
much.
Like, but especially in MHA, it's like they are very adamant about what they are doing, and even Deku is saying these things like, "I will do this because I'm a hero." That's something we see from all of them, where they say, "I have to do this, and I will succeed because I'm a hero." But once they succeed, I really don't see that many characters now that I think back that then praise themselves for what they did. Like, even if you think back at Bakugo, I don't remember him saying that. I remember him being sometimes even very kind of unhappy with the way he won. I remember the same from Endeavor, for example, who after the high-end fight said that it was actually a very horrible performance by him. And this might just be...
It's a hero thing, or
maybe even a cultural thing. I don't know.
Yeah, it's partially Japanese culture too. Like, you're not supposed to sit there and gas yourself up. That's why characters like Bakugo end up being so popular sometimes, is because they rail against the conventional stiffness of Japanese society. That's also why they have the reason why Japan has like so much horny content shoved into everything is because they have like a declining population and all this other stuff where they're like, we don't have a lot of sex with each other. So like all of a sudden there's a bunch of pervy stuff in all their manga because there's like all these people doing like so focused on their work and all that other stuff that like they're kind of like awkwardly overworking themselves out of a population.
So what you're saying is Mineta is the manifestation of Japan. Let's go.
The manifestation. No. The manifestation of Japan not fucking.
Actually, East. Is East here?
I don't know.
Oh, well, I was gonna say like somebody in one of our group chats.
Yeah. Hello.
Alan brought up a good point.
What's up?
Wait, BG talking right now.
He said no. He said after all this, he feels like the liberation numbers are about to go up.
Oh, definitely.
100%.
Yeah.
Them liberation numbers climbing, baby. Whoa, Robot East.
Yeah, like they're about to get a lot more recruitment. It's gonna be interesting.
East,
you might have to pop out and pop back in.
East bot.
Just leave and come back. Yeah. All right, there.
But yeah, that's something I didn't actually take into account.
They're growing. Like, because here's the thing, right? Think back to here. Like, even in this chapter, what they said was, I want everyone to stop and think. The only ones these heroes are protecting are themselves. With all that ugliness aside, they use you people to give them protection, approval, admiration. And what he goes on to say is like, anyone witnessing all this would have to be stupid to not lose faith. Like, they were like, he might be a villain, but we're gonna lose faith over this. I hate to say it, but me too. Think about that. Somebody's like, not only are the masses going to lose faith, I can't sit here and tell you that I am not becoming disillusioned with this system based on this information. So when you have people like whoever this is saying that right now,
it's the sharp boy.
Kanji Sekun's friend or Kanji Sekun himself?
Yeah.
By the way, funny that he calls his friend Kanji Sekun.
Well, no, that's his record name. You know, you got to respect the come up.
yeah.
I was also gonna say something else. I also didn't know that Hori was a Game of Thrones fan.
What do you mean?
He's let me see if I still have the fucking thing. Give me a second.
About the reference I missed.
When the winter howled that day.
Mm-hmm. We also need to
that's what it was.
Yeah, we need to have a stream for Horikoshi birthday on the 5th. I mean on the 20th, which is also my birthday. So just praise Rex and Hori stream, and I'll
I like how this nigga tried.
Dude, I'm just saying, man. As much as y'all get on me, I am the embodiment of Horikoshi.
You are you're the group lightning rod. I'll give you that.
I'm the Hori was like he was like if I ever played DMC.
DMC about Devil May Cry or like DMC?
Devil May Cry 5. I just shortened it. But basically, Virgil split himself into two. You had the mind, which is like the super smart V, then the devil like side that was just body and brute. I'm the body. Horikoshi's the mind. He split himself up. He was too powerful.
Did you just inadvertently call yourself stupid?
Well, no, it wasn't that the demon was stupid. He was just pure like all his like negative emotions and desires were just all like balled up into one. So
also,
that's all.
This is just a small thing that I want to talk about, but like page 11 has a lot of insane detail on it that doesn't have to be there, but it's just Horikoshi feeding us. For example, no, like if you pull up that page real quick, you have the Hawks billboard, which, all right, cool. You got the Jing shout out. You got Snatch is actually on a billboard, even though he's been dead for like 6 months now.
Hey, RP, man.
Yeah, like you got the Wash billboard over there. Like you got a lot of like random little Easter eggs that he like threw into this.
That panel actually gave me a mad.
Bro, Majestic got one, bro. Majestic.
Like you got this Shadow Man show. It looks like I can't tell who it's supposed to be at the bottom, but like you got somebody with like a bunch of. There's just a lot of detail thrown into this panel. Where
Majestic got one too.
Oh, somebody said that anyone think Dabi told Shigaraki? Oh no, never mind. I thought he said something else. No, he can't tell Shigaraki the truth. Shigaraki is knocked out.
Hello. Oh, hold on, you roboted again.
You're roboted again.
East, restart your Wi-Fi, bro.
Yeah, you might have to restart your Wi-Fi, your computer, your phone, whichever one it is.
Yeah, like everything. Just restart everything.
Start
from zero.
Start your life.
Start from scratch, bro.
Start from zero.
Also, somebody pointed this out, and I like it. They're diverting. Like Horikoshi was like, fourth user quirk information. All right, we don't care about that history, and just walked away from it. And that's what I like. That's one of the things I actually like about Hori is that a lot of times when we get these mysteries, it's not like, oh, let's sit here. It's like, boom, thing that you can kind of care about. All right, we don't care now.
All right, yeah, you right about the tarnished robot East. Yeah, because Wi-Fi want to act like a dickhead today, but Majestic was in 13, page 12.
He was?
A little sunshades on at the bottom. That because he has the same facial hair as Majestic.
Oh, okay. Yeah, see, that's what I was like.
And he got the front and the back. Then they got the drip. I'm so mad at Hori for that. Horikoshi is racist against wizards. It's a confirmed fact.
What page is this?
Confirmed fact.
It's page 11.
And you go down to the left hand bottom. It's the last hero you can see. He got the drip because you can tell by his facial structure and his facial hair.
Also, I love how if you live in a major city, there is no escaping this because
it's like the boy. It's like the boys.
I was really right. I had really boys vibes, but I was really surprised because we got quite a few city shots and we never saw this to that extent.
The thing is that a lot of people forget that Japan already has a lot of those fully electronic billboards and all that other stuff. So. Well, and I'm not even saying that you forgot. But
I'm not mad at this. The thing is, I find it really interesting that he kind of purposefully didn't draw it. Like it was always kind of there. Like we saw Obabami with her perfume advertisement, but we never really went through the city seeing this advertisement everywhere like we do here. And now we see it, and it's like to the people of this world, to us it now becomes very apparent. Like before, it was of course there. We knew that they were basically dominating pop culture. but
literally every building.
You just have to see. You can't ignore anymore.
You know, I don't think we've been inside of a major city like for a extended period of time, have we?
Not really, because the most
we had quite a few extended. We had shots of Mustafa. We had shots of, for example, Fukuoka during the battle, and there were none of these signs. At least not that many. It was not like we saw Endeavor fly after the Hyatt Gnome when we were flying after past all these advertisements. That wasn't the case.
No, I was gonna say the biggest city we've been in is fucking like where we actually seen it is Kamino.
Yeah,
because they were walking
we've never even seen what Tokyo looks like in this world, have we?
Well, technically, no. So technically, we were in Tokyo during right? Endeavor Agency. Hosu is near Tokyo, and like, so we technically spent a little bit of time in Tokyo for the Endeavor Agency arc, but that was prioritized around like streets.
I'm getting talking about all these city names reminds me of how much I hate that the whole story takes place in one city.
Who the fuck? Never mind.
I'm just saying that's a thing I see a lot, which is why I'm happy that that's always been like untrue, because there's a lot of different cities in my era.
People say that.
Yeah, because like the thing, because you got to realize like it ties in with that world building point that a lot of people assume that, well, if you're in a city, you're just constantly in the same spot.
They think that everything that happens takes place in the same city, which I'm like they have to give names, nigga.
Literally, if they're not in UA, they're literally in a different city.
Yeah.
I know. That's why I'm always happy to see when we go to other cities.
I know you, but like I'm just talking about the idiots out there. Like, wait, they name them too. They name the cities too every time we go to a new one.
Right.
No, not every time. Not every time. Sometimes it's just random city in Kyushu, and only like chapters later we find out it's Fukuoka.
But
here's the thing. Regardless of, I'm saying regardless of if he doesn't do the older thing where the moment we enter the city is there, but like afterwards or like in it we'll get the name drop or something. We get it eventually. That's I'm confused on, like how you could think that we've been in one city this whole time. And then his Star Wars like fetish where like he named stuff after the Star Wars stuff. Like come on, like you don't think we're moving to different locations?
And not to mention the other thing that like bugs me about that though is that almost every time, like during the Endeavor Agency arc, you literally saw them get on a train to go somewhere else.
Oh yeah,
multiple times. Like Endeavor Overhaul Agency, like Hosu City. They specifically sit there and talk about like traveling an hour plus on the train so they can go get some different combat experience in a different neighborhood. Like these things are like travel is actually one of those things that gets talked about a decent bit in My Hero Academia.
I mean, it's especially seen in the anime when they had them do the fucking Beatles walk.
Exactly. Like they emphasize that these people have to travel and go.
Yeah, bro. They took like 5 trains and 2 buses to get to like the Endeavor Agency. Not Endeavor, but the Night Eye Agency.
Yeah.
It was something stupid. I was like, they're obviously traveling all over Japan to get to where they need to go.
I'm thinking like Forest Training Camp arc takes place in like a random woods somewhere. It's literally Kamino word.
Is it Tokyo or is it Yokohama? Yokohama, I think.
Yeah, but like not UA. It's like the point.
Not UA.
Hosu City,
Gran Torino's entire thing is some other city.
Deka is
an arc that takes place out in the mountains. This arc is somewhere else. Like the only even provisional license, which was a school exam, technically took place in another city.
We don't know what city it was, but we know it was so far.
What city are we in right now? I can't remember.
We are.
Not
Jakku. Yeah, no, it is Jakku. It is Jakku.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's all very close together because the major cities are all together with few exceptions.
I think the hospital in Jakku City are like really far away.
The thing is
basically
like
Tokyo,
80s,
Yokohama, Chiba, they are basically all just next to each other. These major cities in Japan.
But that's how it is.
5 major cities that are just around Tokyo.
But like, let's look at freaking Japan, like New York. Like where like yes, there's major cities everywhere because every city is major. Like you got Brooklyn, Harlem, Manhattan, blah 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 blah. Boroughs, yeah. But like and then like you go to like Georgia here, like even within side of Atlanta itself, like there are cities that y'all have never heard of that are like major to us. So it's like, and then they're a good distance away. So it's like they're close, but there's still some traveling to be done to get there. So like that's why I get kind of confused like when people be like it's one, like no, it's different, just like real life. It's not the the fantasy world where we got to travel 100 fortnights to get to this one random kingdom on the snowy mountain, or we got to go to island to island. Nigga, it's realistic. It's like cities, like different cultures, different places, different cities.
I mean, that's the thing with Japan is not a very big country, so the cities aren't that far apart because it's not that big. B, a lot of the major cities are just close together along the same coast on the same island, with one exception with Kyushu, where we actually traveled somewhere else with Endeavor and Hawks. Everything was kind of close together. And thirdly, they actually have good public transportation, so you can just jump on a train and be at the next city. I envy really them so quick much. Time.
I envy them so much. Our transportation is so garbage.
Yeah, they got it lit.
Belgium is a really little country. Don't have this problem. We can go almost anywhere with the train, buses.
Yeah, that's because your country is old as hell and pragmatic,
and tiny as hell.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. The US was like, everybody's gonna get cars. Like, if you, I don't know if you guys noticed this on Twitter, but there's like a huge obsession with like having a vehicle in America.
Yes. No, but I've noticed this about America, not necessarily on Twitter, but I've noticed this on.
Yeah, like
you remember when they were talking about building that like country like length fucking train
mag rail?
Yeah, and then they shut that shit down. Made me mad.
Yeah, I don't
been awesome.
I don't understand for me personally, like, yes, cars are like convenient and stuff, but
you have to realize something very important. Most of our laws that aren't directly tied to social issues, especially, are heavily influenced by lobbyists.
Capitalism.
So, effectively, like, think about it this way. Would we need to have oil wars and invade the Middle East if we just had a better transportation system? And we're using like mag rails and stuff. No.
But that's why that plan was so good, and we'd already be halfway done right now if it would have started.
But one of the biggest contributors to a certain party is Lockheed and Stock. Do you know what Lockheed does? They make tanks, they make jets, they make weapons. So like some of our biggest like contributors and campaigns are literally the guys who make the weapons of war. So we'll keep having these like oil wars because the oil people will pay us for that too, and we'll get a bunch of money off military contracts and all kinds of other stuff. So we'll keep going because these people will keep shoving money in our pockets for funding our re-election campaigns. That's how it works.
So honestly, I do think that part of why you drive so many cars, is also because I have the feeling that fuel is just super cheap. Is that a thing?
Not exactly.
It's way expensive here.
Not exactly, because like our prices, so you'll have moments where it's like, oh, like gas is like $2-3 a gallon. And then you'll have...
How much is a gallon?
2 to 3. Yo, over there dying.
That depends on where you at, but like,
y'all are dying over there.
Yeah, like gallons to liters, real quick. 1 gallon is 3.78 liters.
But that's cheap, 2 or 3 gallons. That's super cheap.
Yeah.
We pay like €1.30 whatever for a liter.
Yeah, liter. Yes.
And that's
cheap. Wait. Did you say €1 and 30 cents of euro for?
Yes. A liter, and that's cheap.
Yes.
And about this,
Jesus.
It's very expensive here to have gas. You like normally you pay like €60, 30, 60, 80 euro every time you, depending how big your tank is.
Wait, actually, wait. You said you're saying to fill up your tank? Is that 30, 36?
Okay,
30,
wait, because this like ties in with what I was going to say next, though, which is that prices will sometimes jump all the way up to $4, but we have cheaper gas because we go and rob countries for it. Like, hello. But then also, if you live in like New York or California or any of these other places, that price quickly shoots up to like $6, $7, $8 a gallon. Yeah. So
which would be rather normal, I think, for.
Well, let's see.
It would be kind of okay.
So
currently we are very cheap because of Saudi Arabia and Russia. I think it got. I'm not sure because I don't drive that much.
I looked it up because you mentioned it, and because of like you said, 1.3 euros. So you guys end up paying like $5, $5 to $6 for a gallon of gas. So you basically pay California prices.
Yeah. Let me tell y'all, if where I'm from, if that was the gas, it would be riots every day. Literally, the whole city would be shut down. People would have pitchforks. Like, lower the gas prices.
ATL, ho.
Do you pay taxes on cars?
Yes.
Yes, we actually do. We also have a wheel tax.
Yeah.
We have there's like literally it's a tax to breathe. I promise you, there's a tax for everything.
It's coming. Don't worry.
I promise you, it's coming.
But yeah, like we got. So you'll have like a vehicle tax plus, and auto insurance is mandatory in a lot of places.
Yeah.
But the other thing is that if you're specifically a male between 16 and 25, you actually have higher insurance rates for automobiles than you do if you're a woman. And
whoa.
Yeah. No, I don't know about my female. I know that if you're younger, you have higher.
And if you have a red car, your insurance rates go up too.
Red car.
Yes. It's weird. America's and speaking of like the tax for breathing, me and my friends thought about this when we were like middle school. This is I don't know why we came up with this idea, but like the air quality gets so bad that people like instead of getting bottles of water, you got bottles of air. And
that's from Spaceballs. And if you look, they've started selling these like super fancy masks, and they're like, instead of just not polluting a bunch, we're gonna create masks that help you breathe the dirty air. Like, bro, we could also just
but obviously we hadn't seen that at the time, so like we just came up with this idea, and like, what if somebody got the bottle of air and then like they were negligent and they opened up the bottle and the air flew out, so they're grasping for the air. They're like, no, don't leave. And they're like,
that's our future.
What I wanted to say is about the wars and or uncute about wars. Like
one. My fault, Rex. One thing, real quick. Heads up. I guess we got this Friday.
Yeah, but we don't have an MHA chapter.
Oh, but yeah, like I wonder how wars look in this society. Like I really do. I really want to see like a war. Like, cause just imagine like two countries going to war. They're in like, and literally you just got all the quirks that we see going all out, full force.
I really don't want to say that. That's just the collateral damage in cities and.
Look, no, Rex, Archive of Our Own exists. Go make it a reality.
So what?
The fan fiction site. Go write it.
No.
So like, here's the thing, right? Is that based on what Japan did, where the police couldn't use quirks. One, if I'm being honest, I think everybody's way too busy to have war these days. Like, regardless, like you got too much stuff happening in your own country to be worried about running up.
Oh, come on!
No! Wait!
No! What I was about to say is like, you think humans are that smart?
No. So like, my issue isn't even like necessarily about intelligence or anything like that. You just like literally, when you have like a 20% crime rate, you might just be too busy to go fuck with other people. You might just be a little too busy, just because like you might not have the resources to go jump another country. The only country that probably had like the resources and the time available, like on their hands to go do stuff, was Japan when they had All Might.
This is the way I look at it: is that just throughout history, like I think you would have, it would be easier because you don't have to supply weapons because humans are weapons now. So all you got to do is supply the armor or like the gear. So literally all and that could be customizable for people, and then you could like outsource hero agencies and blah 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 blah, like hero things. So like I think there's a world where like America, China, and Russia are literally just like fighting over land or something, and like it's just quirk wars, and it's just like the most like you just have Bakugos and like Mirioshas. Like I just want to see dude, this is the most amazing thing. Like I would love to see like a Mirio type quirk be used for espionage and like getting in and sneaking and like it just be dope.
Don't get me wrong, like I would love to see like a giant war, but
not in My Hero. I don't want to see that in the story. I just want to like just in the world.
Like like if we got like a flashback arc or something that like just showed, because like here's the thing is that if you look at like what a crime rate is actually like a measure of, it's crimes committed per 100,000. So like when you hit 20% crime rate, that means like you have 20K people committing crimes per 100K people. That's a lot of crime.
That is one.
Is that America's crime rate?
People? 1 of 5 people who kills another one. You can imagine.
Like, yeah, you got 1 in 5 people out here committing crimes in the My Hero Academia verse in every country that's not Japan.
Are you? Where was that in Vigilantes?
It's covered in you hear it mentioned in the movie by David Shields. He's like, everybody else has a 20% crime rate if they're lucky without All Might.
Yes.
And it's like, damn, like y'all out here struggling.
Yeah.
Because that's why he was like, that's why he said, you know, he wishes that All Might hadn't left, because like that 20, like 1 out of 5 people. Like, imagine if like you walk down the street and it's like, that guy didn't rob me. 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 Yep, you're gonna rob me. And like both of you pull out your quirk at the same time. Like that's basically what's happening. Like,
the Bronx or Brooklyn in My Hero Academia will be wilding, man.
No, the Bronx makes it look easy. Let me see what the Bronx crime rate is now. Now I'm curious.
So my thing is, I don't think All Might will have that big of an impact in America, just because America is so much bigger than Japan.
That's how I feel like it should have been, but like whatever. I don't know.
So when David Shields said that,
yeah, like I was like, I feel like America is big enough geographically where All Might should not do enough. But
literally, he will have his hands like, let's say he was based in New York or California, he will literally, because of the population, he will literally be focused there and literally cannot be doing anything else.
Yep. And yeah, I mean, it's mostly Cali because that's where David Shields was from. So
yeah, Cali. So like, you would
Los Angeles.
You would need 48 All Mights, because like I don't think Hawaii and Alaska are like too big All Might level person to be there.
Okay, I will say we haven't technically had it fleshed out whether it's violent or regular crimes, but how many like normal also like. How many like white collar crimes have we heard about in My Hero in comparison to like?
I do think that it doesn't really, I think bringing up the number doesn't really make sense if you're talking about white collar crimes.
Yeah, like that's my thing. Like
this is not something where heroes are saying like, yeah, Hero Society works like this is we have so many crimes and it's all tax fraud. That doesn't make sense.
No, wait. White collar crime. You talk about white people or what do you?
No. White collar crime means like tax evasion. Like basically, white collar crime is those. Think about like corporate America, corporate like high tier rich people.
Okay. I understand what you mean now. So une fois we call it faux usage de faux and blanchissement d'argent. So yeah, I understand what you mean.
What does that translate to?
Blanchissement d'argent. I think that is white. Blanc means white in French. So it's when you white collar your money, so making money legit. You know, when you make fake money,
money laundering.
Money laundering. Yeah, that's what we. Yeah. So yeah. Okay.
So like I don't think that they were talking about money laundering when they were talking about.
No, I mean that's something that doesn't really make sense to bring that up because it has nothing to do with.
It's all blue collar crimes. I think that
in Africa, it will change all aspect because how we see family and everything. Quirks will really change things. It will really bring back the clan systems. And everything. If you have a strong quirk managers will be something that will happen a lot in Africa, and that will be also impact the country and how people will see the power will also change like this. So money and quirk marriage will be something really important in Africa. I think so.
I think it would come down to which countries you're in though too. Like,
wait, real quick about what was Japan crime rate with All Might?
6%.
Holy shit, dude! All Might was that guy. like Jesus Christ!
Like All Might had Japan at a 6% crime rate. Everybody else is sitting at more than 3 times. And like Endeavor himself stated that in the time it took All Might to retire, and to the time of like remedial course arc, it went up 3%.
Yeah.
So like that's how many people were just sitting there. Yeah, boy. As soon as All Might, I'm gonna get up in there. Like, and sure enough, All Might retired, and they were like, "We out here, Reservoir Dogs. What up?"
Mm-hmm. So yeah.
So Japan crime rate with like just now is 3%.
No, it went up 3%. So
no. I mean like in real world, it's only 3%.
Oh, Japan's current crime rate. Let me see.
It's look like 3%.
The hero system, I don't think that would be that effective in Africa. I don't think so. The hero system would be like that effective in Africa.
Okay, well, see, like America is like 5.4%, so going up like 14.6%. It's like, well, quirks is like, dang, America, you did pretty good because Japan had a 20% crime rate as well. It's like America, you didn't do that bad, bro. Because honestly, America, like if we're being real, I wouldn't be surprised if America didn't have like a 30 or 40% crime rate.
Oh yeah, facts. Because the reality is like if you look at the way, like just look at how this election affected America, and like how you got people talking about like maybe the Civil War is popping off again because I'm mad about who won the election.
Oh man,
like you have people like talking like that, and had people talking like that since even before that happened. You like couple that with giving people like actual quirks, and I can't see like America.
just imagine this election happened and we had quirks. Oh my god, tell me would I not be in them streets like Bakugo? Like, ooh, it would have been amazing.
You in the streets or in a hospital. Those are only choices right now. Like if like for like a week, 2 weeks straight.
I don't know what you can do with the clown quirk, Rex.
Clown. I mean, if I let's say like what at let's say my quirk was basically the Joker, dude. America would be under my foothold in less than 24 hours. Because the issue with the Joker could easily have won so many times, but he's too goofy. That's his issue. He likes to have fun too much.
Yeah, Joker. Well, like the thing is like Joker's whole journey, like his point, like in these interactions is, I just want to have fun. I just want to cause like problems. Da 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 da. So like his payoff, like it's weird because the amount, like the return on an investment for the Joker is always something he's satisfied with, but at the same time, his bar is like in the basement. Like,
yeah.
Like, what counts as a W?
Like sometimes, like it, like literally, if he had this huge plan of like destroying the entire country, and then he failed, like he didn't do that, but he got Batman to laugh. That would be the biggest W in his entire like his bar is so low for like what he could consider. And then it changes in the moment too. So like if he got someone to do something incredibly crazy and didn't destroy the country, you're like, okay, cool, that works for me. I got a laugh out of it. It's like, yo, dude, this dude is actually insane.
Mm-hmm.
Actually insane.
But like instead, he's like, sweet, I make Batman upset. I win. I'm like,
I
win? Like, bro, you in jail. Like, what are you talking about?
Kirk Clown. Shout give you a better who's
Oh, so everybody, I was playing Miles Morales Spider-Man.
Uh-huh.
And I was just thinking about how Spider-Man is as a superhero. And I'm just thinking that Spider-Man literally fits every box of stain what he thinks is a true hero is.
Yep.
Because not only does Spider-Man laugh, like he has a mask on, but like he saves people with a smile. He does the little thing because he's the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. So he'll pick up trash. He'll like help the neighbor, like even just like playing Miles. Like Miles literally helped find cats. He helped like remove garbage. He helped water pipes. He did all of that. He does the big things, and he doesn't do any of it for money. And he sacrifices him. And Spider-Man is a Deku type character where he self-sacrifices himself without thinking about himself all the time. Literally. Spider-Man fits every box, and if Spider-Man was in the My Hero world, he would literally be the perfect hero.
Yep.
It's just insane to think that like it just as playing it, it's like, damn, Spider-Man is actually perfect as a hero, not as a human, but as a hero, like he's like you want Spider-Man in your corner.
The thing about it is that you see how much Horikoshi loves Spider-Man. Because he based Stain idea on Spider-Man, how he sees Spider-Man. That is something that I think that it is really, and his whole story we see in Deku with different kind of characters. We see Spider-Man like features like the way to swing, how to use hands, and everything. Even an example is how the position of like when you like the spider position, we see it also like for I forgot her name. Sui has really like Spider-Man pose when she's on the wall and everything. Really, I love how he turned that Spider-Man love into something really great. Really, big fan of it. Okay, who's putting music right now?
No idea.
Someone listening to music?
Yeah, I'm hearing music. I don't have music in my head.
It's fine. It's fine now. You go. Keep going.
So yeah. The crawler is Spider-Man. Yeah, Shmurda, you know what you're talking about. You know what you're talking about. That's true, man. The crawler is Spider-Man. So yeah, Deku is Spider-Man. Oh yeah, okay. Like Whip, yeah. Yeah, see all the people trying to chat give all the example of my Spider-Man's features in My Hero Academia. So yeah,
well,
it's beautiful to see.
That's the thing is that Horikoshi's favorite Western comic has been Spider-Man. So like that shapes the way he approaches this, and like they say that this is based off of a certain Spider-Man. It's a brick. You want to do Undead Unluck next week? We can do Undead Unluck next week.
Oh, we can do a jump thing.
We're thinking about doing just an in general Shonen Jump stream, so we'll just like run through all the series in Jump that we're reading currently and just talk about different ones.
Let's please do that. JJ. Please do that so we can talk about JJK.
JJ, Peter Parker is.
Hold on, Ponzo. I couldn't hear BG. What did you say?
I said, can we please do that so we can talk about JJK next week?
Yeah.
Oh, of course. Yeah, we'll just do Shonen Jump Saturday or Sunday. So that'll be next Sunday OVA.
I'll try to catch up to JJK. I'll try for the 4th time.
Hey man, as long as you catch up to like, cause if you caught up on MASH or you caught up on like this other stuff, then like the way I look at it is like we'll just like kind of like cycle through the different conversations and like which parts you can participate in, you will. Yeah.
Are you gonna read? Are you gonna read Bill King too?
Bill King, what is that?
Probably not, because it's made by a dude that tried to smash a 16-year-old.
Tried.
Oh yeah, he did successfully do it. You're right.
He was a 16-year-old prostitute.
Yeah. Yes. I don't know about that. I don't know how I feel about that. I'm surprised to give it. How would you guys want this arc to end specifically? All right, that's actually a good question. So real quick, let's go around and answer that. Bonzu, how would you want this arc to end?
Right now, I just wanted to end with the heroes lost. They lost everything, like the trust of the people in them. The hero commission comes here. It comes with the army. I just want to see it, man. Send the army to the place. The villains quit. But the thing that I want is really that we must see everybody's face that they think that they lost, that the hero failed them and the heroes failed themselves too. It is something that we really need in that arc, that the heroes thinks that they failed themselves, and that Debbie reveal stays powerful for the next fucking years. It must have an impact like the stain thing. Really, that's the most important thing. And for Endeavor must right now go to depression right now. I want him to see him just take maybe start drinking. Will be a good thing for him right now. I can see him getting cancelled and then starting to drink, to swing that in his room, like not be able to do hero stuff, and later maybe become a vigilante. But I want him right now to get cancelled and that he depressed in his room. We need that for Endeavor. He will become a better character from this. So depression, everybody. We want depression and self-hate.
All right, Sayas, what are you wanting out of this? Since
I love how Ponzo is just always, how can I make this character suffer the most possible?
But it is something that he does.
No, I can actually see it.
If you think that, you should have heard his takes last night.
Oh, I can see.
No, let's talk.
What did you say last night?
We'll get to that later, because it got hard debunked this like with the officials. So
I'm really happy. I'm really happy that I got debunked. Really,
I hope for a little bit more flashback. The way this flashback was structured, which was already kind of opening up more questions than it was answering, really. I don't think we're getting the full flashback now, because it was starting so ambiguous in many ways. Like, we didn't get any answers out of this, not many in any case. So I don't think we will get the full flashback now, and there will probably be a lot of questions we have going out of the arc, even still, about the Toya situation. Of course, I hope that Endeavor survives. I don't really think that Shigaraki is going to do anything major anymore. Like he may wake up, maybe he will do one more thing, but I don't really see him playing a big role in this arc anymore. Just because I think when a character's out, they should be out, and for whatever it's worth, I think both Deku and Shigaraki should be more or less done here. I hope it's just gonna be All For One waking up and essentially ordering the retreat for Gigatomakia, with Shigaraki still being mostly out of it. I think the message of Best Jeanist's death will fester, even though it is already disproven, because it's not public knowledge yet that he's out. I think he's alive, and I'm very curious as to what will happen after that with the public reaction. But I don't think that necessarily many of the characters that are now there will die, or even any of them. It just seems, at this point, it seems a little bit like we're working towards a tie.
I'll agree with that notion. BG, your turn.
Okay, so I do think we're working towards, like, maybe in terms of the battle, it might be a tie, but in terms of the outcome, I feel like what I need is for that victory for the villains, for the fall, because the distrust of heroes has already been building up for a while. It's already been like slight subtle shit. But now, with this, especially with this video, I feel like that's and the good thing about the video is that it doesn't just incriminate Endeavor, and it also incriminated other parts of society like Hawks. So if the number one and the number two are pieces of shit, then dang, who can I trust? So I need that fall. I need Endeavor to live, and I need All Might's bitch ass out of here.
Wow, call them a bitch. Like, that's harsh.
I didn't hear that.
East, you raised your hand when you got in, so clearly you came back with a vengeance. How do you want this arc to end? Because that's the question we're discussing right now.
That's the question. That's the topic of discussion.
Yeah, because that's what somebody brought up in the chat, so we hitting that question up real quick. So,
man, listen. Folks can argue and debate however they want to go. Horry got it, dog. I mean, never die. Okay, I don't. I'm still be eating my bag of chips like that nigga on the soccer coaches. I'm just be chilling. Hey man, listen, I got my W. That's all I care about. As how this arc goes, Shigaraki waking up. I don't know why niggas think that Horikoshi is really a genius and that Best Genius came back at the perfect possible time. It looks like the ties have changed again because in the editor's comments it was talking about how like. The editor's teaser was talking about how you finally reached your climax. What will happen at this battle now? So it's like this is the last shebang to go out and take care of all these characters right now. Because I don't know, for some reason people think like, yeah, Best Genius might get a good showcase, but you niggas forgot that Maki ran through at least over 100 heroes in 2 sets and like flatten these niggas on over 10 plus cities. He may be number 3, but
no, Maki I don't think it's going to win.
Yeah, no, I can't even show anything he got. You may get like 2 seconds. They didn't think that Shigaraki didn't have to give an order technically, because if Death Genius is a hero, implication he's bringing harm to Shigaraki and his compatriots. Therefore, i.e., he doesn't even necessarily need to wake up. Like that final waking up would be like, what do we do from here? But that nigga like Best Genius is going to put on a good show, but he definitely not winning this battle, even if he has backup from the others, because we still don't even know all Maki's quirks. So anything can pop off from that nigga Maki at any second, on top of what he already does have himself. I'm just curious. The only thing I need now that I cannot wait to see more than anything, like I said, y'all got the Endeavor stuff, whichever way it go, flow. Genius gonna get a little showcase, and Bakugo finna get his hero name out the paint. He not dying. The only thing I care about now, man, the moment they tell this nigga Shigaraki twice is dead, oh, it's gonna be so beautiful. And Toga's coming, and Toga's pulling up back up too. So I can't wait to see all this like play out. And then actually is even more genius. Like I said, this nigga Horikoshi know what he's doing. This gives Toga time to get back on the field with everybody else, because she wasn't that far off from everybody. Mm-hmm. This also gives her time, because she fast as shit anyway. but this gives her time to even maneuver back to the crew like that. And who knows what she could do? Like people still banking on like she might have someone twice as well, which is still plausible because you can't really discredit that because if Dobby had enough time to go and fucking go get Skeptic, who was all the way in the back somewhere else, you know what I'm saying? Or Maki already popped up. Who's to say that they don't have anything to do with Twice's body? Because y'all denied the fact that the cameras were there, but lo and behold, this chapter, or of course you put the rules over your face, and he had the fucking panels there where Dobby was putting and turning on the camera. So that's it, man. I can't wait for everybody, the league, come together and finalize this their sudden victory, and they get the W, and they're the heroes on the back foot. Beautiful, Shirashi. Also, Aniki, oh my god. Jump was on fire this week. Good lord.
Hold on. I'm reading Undead Unluck right now. Don't say anything. No. Wait.
They got the chapter.
Wait. No. East. Wait. Because Rex didn't get his turn.
Oh, he didn't get his turn. I was gonna go in. That's all I got to say. It was on fire. BG, we having a combo on Marshall because your ass was in here last week when what you were worried about got addressed. So we definitely having a combo with your ass.
All right. But let Rex speak. Rex, what are you expecting for the finish of this arc? Like, how are you expecting this out?
So there's what I hope to happen, and there's what I think is going to happen. What I think is going to happen is that Genus comes in. He pretty much like puts Makia into like a hold or whatever. He uses the wires and stuff to get everybody up into the air. Besides maybe Endeavor or something of that nature, or maybe he gets Endeavor up too. That Shigaraki orders Makia to like he gets with his last breath to like kill them all, so they have to go away in the helicopter while Makia is following them or something, and it's like this chase or whatever. I think that may happen, but I think ultimately like the battle is over for the most part, and it ends like this. I don't think this is a tie. It's a tie in the sense that both of them get to walk away, but it's not a tie in the sense that the Hero Society is messed up. And I think that the actual finishing off of the Hero Society happens next arc. And then after that, we go to where the students go to America. But what I hope to happen is I hope this effort from Genus is thwarted. I think what I want to happen is that Bakugo tells Genus his hero name. Genus saves Bakugo and all the students. All the adults stays. Besides Aizawa, all the adults dies. I think that, and then it's broadcasted to the entire country, and then I hope that the kids like go to the country now, and then the next arc is literally focused on the villains. Like we get another My Villain Academia, but not in that sense. But it's just the villains cleaning up house, going to Tartarus, going to All Might, blah 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 blah, and like wrapping up the whole thing while the students are recovering in another country or somewhere else. That's what I want to. That's what I hope, but I think it's going to be more tame than that. So. Yeah.
All right. So yeah, one of the things that people in the chat mentioned is that like Makia currently can't take orders because he's only taking them from Shiggy, and it seems like he's kind of like collapsed and passed out. But I do think that like the tie needs to be established. We need something to like come away with like, hey, all right, boom, this is a tie. We'll pull away, let this go. As I was definitely living, I think that a lot of the roster here has a reason to live past this arc now. I understand Endeavor and Genus dying here. I actually think Genus dying here makes sense, especially because in the same way that we're like, when's Dobby gonna get there? It's like, okay, once Genus showed up, to me, his life was kind of sealed because Genus, I feel like he's not allowed to show up at big events in the main story and not take critical L's. But it also comes down to, we have Bakugo who's decided he's still going to fight, which I kind of want Genus to pull up and like stitch his insides like it's some One Piece shit. I know that's corny, but that'd be like cool with me. Like if he like stitched up his wounds, helped him out a bit.
That's cool. Work. That's cool.
Then like we have Bakugo standing next to Genus. He's like, all right, and here I am next to you, Genus, as boom. And then we get the hero name reveal finally. And then we can like transition into like, yeah, Genus has died twice already, Tarnish. Third time's the charm. Yeah, because like that's also true, JJ. Best Genus has taken more L's on camera than Aizawa. Because people will be like, well, Aizawa lost to the Nomu. Or like Toga got a stab. And it's like, yeah, but he also ran through like 40 different villains before he like fought those guys. So like Aizawa's like 40-3 on screen. Like, how do you disrespect a man with a career like that, bro? Like, come on. and some of those W's were all racked up in the same day. Like, come on.
Yeah. Also, I just want to say, have you told what yours is, Aniki? What you think?
Somebody said it'd be hilarious if the villains escaped, but Makia stays without Shiggy's orders and just stays in place like a rock for a while.
Oh no, that's gonna be funny as well.
No. The thing is that would actually kind of make sense.
Yeah, I can see it. It's super stupid, but I can kind of see it.
But would you know what would be hilarious is that like a couple of heroes like a time like come up to Makia thinking that they could beat him because he's not moving, and then like literally they're like okay. This city is literally a no-go zone. It's like no one ever goes to the city because if you bother this dude, he will kill you. But if you just leave him there, he won't do anything. Because literally nobody can defeat Makia right now. Literally nobody in Japan.
It's a sleeping dragon, basically. Like if you go past it, like it's like a myth. It's like he just looks like a rock, or he digs himself underground, like right there. And it's like if you go in this cave or down there, there'll be a sleeping dragon or Godzilla. Like 20 years down the line. Nigga, ain't no fucking dragon. That's an old legend. And then you get down there and it's like, you see fucking Godzilla and shit. All right, so we have a topic, or can I want to talk about something before I lose my energy to battle all you niggas.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right,
what you're trying to bring up?
Okay, I'm gonna address it like this, because I'm gonna address I'm gonna come at it from a different angle than I was going at it from before. Now, in regards to what people say, I'm going to say my trump card for last. Tarnish and Coyote can definitely back me up in the chat because we also talked about this, and I found the link to it too. Not the full link, but I found part of the link. And this is on the topic. This last time I'm having this topic until it's touched again by the league and them coming together. It's about the Dobby Cares topic. Now, I forgot. I know half of you or majority of you don't agree that Dobby cares, but I pulled up some panels and I narrated through the story, and I can make a claim that he actually did care, the minus what he says. So
go for it.
All right. So actually, and let me shout out to KB because he battled me and said he didn't. So he gave me 6 points, but I'm pretty sure all y'all agree on. So he gave me some 6 points that I'm pretty sure most of y'all would agree on. KB's first point would be he's never shown an ounce of care for the other members, and especially noticeable because the other members have shown at least one compassionate act towards another member. And in the case of that, I will argue that when have you ever seen but how long did it take before Bakugo actually showed care for his compatriots in this regard? Because you could draw parallels between Bakugo and Endeavor, especially speaking now that they've let their goals blindside them to other things. Like, who will argue that Endeavor didn't give a damn about any of his children? He tossed some of them to the side, but he had an ounce of care or love in his heart for them. You could debate that. But that was just because he was blinded by his goal, and your goal blinds you, especially what you've seen. You literally seen damn near his entire story, so you know what having your ambitions can blind you to when you neglect other things.
Yep, that's true.
It's also disproven at this point.
That's like an issue that most characters in MHA have. They are because the same point to blinding yourself to your affections. Uraraka, I will bury my feelings for my career. Mm-hmm. Hell, even I did that. I told somebody the week, I ain't dating nobody. I'm too busy grinding. I ain't got time for that.
I'm kind of confused. Are we talking about now or are we talking about formerly?
Oh, is Black Clover on break? Does anybody know? Here, I'll check for you real quick.
No, it's on break. It's on break.
Yeah.
Good.
Everybody's trying to take a break. Right? Even JJK took a fake ass break right now.
It's not fake. It's a real break.
No. Because they said
it's not a break.
That chapter was fun as fuck. I don't care.
I'm saying like Gege himself in the chapter says we're not on hiatus. He says it wasn't a break. He said they did that because
he keeps.
I'm saying it's not cutting me off. He said that they're doing this because they want it was to celebrate the anime getting the anime success.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like it said right in the chapter. Like
I didn't read it at all. I just took the first chapter and I thought to myself, "Damn, you're on break and you keep drawing. Man, take a pause." I was more thinking like this.
Oh no, he's not on break. It was just an anime celebration chapter.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The animation.
All right, back. Yeah. All right, am I clear now?
You're clear.
Yeah, you clear.
All right, stupid. I'm going on my data because my stupid ass Wi-Fi cut off. It been acting stupid all day. I'm gonna beat this shit ass, but that's besides the point. I'm not like that no more. 2, if another member asks for help, he either asks them why he should why he should help her says he has more important shit to do, and maybe throws in a disrespectful jab to boot. He brought up the example like when they asked him to help take down Makia and called Toga a lunatic, or when he told Spinner to watch his driving and did insult to his body, which he knew was a sore spot for him. Correction, nobody knew Spinner's entire backstory, proving how the shock that all the leagues were acting in NBA. And they were talking about when he was spitting the Shigaraki, where he came from and how he suffered and shit like that. Niggas was like, was looking at him and he called him out for being a fucking, like a thing. He didn't know Spinner had problems with his quirk genetics on that. And of course, Toga's a lunatic. They act like brother and sister the entire time. You think Dobby, who's the person that could burn anybody with his flames, and just been like, go back out there to fight a fucking the Hulk? Y'all niggas gonna go out there and fight the Hulk too? Be honest with me. Anyone y'all niggas gonna go out there and throw the favorite Maki right after this shit, right? If you had a choice, you gonna go back there and throw the favorite Maki, or you gonna fucking like go with the plan that he had, which was Hawks, which is further in that plan. Because he's not a brawler like that. He just got a strong AoE. And even you see using his quirk causing him damage. So why I'm going to keep fucking blasting this nigga with some shit that he can't fucking feel, and I won't keep harming myself. When I can be doing the more strategic thing, which is getting the plan together. Like, I am going to actually fully like help people. Until now, when his character evolved further on. So it's like he's literally a fucking tsundere. I don't know. That point is kind of ignored a lot just because he just be like, you do it yourself, or an insult. Well, Bakugo does the same damn thing at the time. And now he's more so, he's developed, and now he sees Class 1A as like compatriot, like friends and stuff like that too. So the third point he made, any member of the league, he spent the least amount of time with the other members. That can be argued, but he would say he was out there doing things, but that just because he spent the least amount of time, it doesn't really mean that much of an effect. So then he said 5. He got Hawks to join their side, even though he knew he would end up betraying them, just so he could have the opportunity to expose Hawks as a bad person to the world, and was perfectly fine with using Twice to attain his goal. To be honest, I think if you look back at that fight between Hawks and Dobby, I think you can make a good case for Dobby basically taking away all the routes to escape out of the room besides the door leading back to collapse. And just so that is complete debate, because if you actually look at the sequence of events, and as people was trying to say like, okay, he just let Hawks stab that nigga. But if you look back at everything, what point did he have in saying Takami Keigo when he already had the other footage he needed in this point? It's like, why would he have said it when you could have just had Hawks stabbing a man on the floor who couldn't do shit? You could have had him stabbing him in the face. He didn't have to high five him. He didn't have to encourage him. He didn't have to say the shit coming up the stairs that he did about Twice, like it not being your fault. Because he knows that Twice blames himself for his past actions entirely. He blames the heroes. It's like, it's your fault, Twice. And it's like, and he keeps telling him that. And then that high five, that was just ice on. That was a little bit of ice on cake. That was not necessary for whatever you need be. They talking about him gassing him just so he could let Twice die. That is not true. He literally flashed that nigga, and Hawks sped out the thing again. Hawks is right behind this nigga. Like, once again, like, you seen his fucking fast at speed. And y'all niggas were clowning on him for getting speed blitz. But now that he can't keep up and then Twice died, but he had the footage because he was behind him. Now it's all of a sudden the narrative changes again. But okay, that was about. Now to the 6th point. We only got two more. I'm sorry, y'all. But I'm trying. This is the last time we talk. I'm not changing my mind, but I'm just making a case right here because this is still debatable. And I'm tired of this one.
I agree with you.
Yeah. He said, all right, I'm going to shorten it. He's talking about how Dobby didn't have to lie about his true feelings. He didn't care about his life when he said he didn't care about the league. Honestly, like, you may have a little bit of a point there, but at the same time, it's like, who expected Dobby to ball out crying? I don't see him crying with Endeavor, like, oh, he broke my heart here and there. No, he's just fucking sooner. He said, you know, my tear ducts have been burnt off. He talked about how it's so sad. Like, people talking about he was smiling. I was like, that's actually a condition where people die. And it's actually a proven condition, like under stress or certain like things, people actually smile to like cooperate. It's like certain neurological things, and you can't argue that Dobby don't have something fucking wired wrong in his body through that physical abuse he did, all the shit, all the years he went missing, that fire, how he's fucking wired. Like, it's something not wired right in his brain. So that reaction meant more than just like some like, oh, sappy shit. That wouldn't have been out of his character entirely for that point being. So, and it's like, why would he be happy that his point was like, yeah, he had that footage, like, yeah, but why would he be happy like that his point was taken down even more? He said, well, Twice alive, I had a better chance of my dream coming true. Then he talked about how Dobby pointed to Twice and called him that guy. What was he going to say? My best friend over there, my fellow league member. He didn't need to say Jinbu or twice. What was that going to relate to fucking Hawks? It's like no, all he said what he needed to say to get inside Tokuyami's head. Because Tokuyami started questioning himself right after that. Just because he said this guy. And then the last final point is that Dabi spends the rest of his time until the reveal. He's collecting everything he needed to record to start the country, and he's the only member who was paying attention when Toga and Spinner had before Toga went off to go fight Ochiko and stuff like that. Like I said before, this nigga has not shown true excitement and emotion except for those very few occasions, which would be damn near destroying Endeavor, which we've seen now once again and again. So it's like, okay, bro, like you seen how like he's getting exactly what he wanted. That plan was more important than saying like, hey Toga, you come back, we love you. That would have been once again out of character for his character. But you can't say he don't give a single fuck just because he was talking some shit. Like, come on now. When did Bakugo say flat out like, yeah, I'm looking out for Deku myself? When he already said to All Might, yeah, I'm doing this to atone. But was he finna tell Deku that? No. Was he finna tell All Might straight up that? No. Well, what's the first thing he said when he was like, well, that was like Kachan, he was like, shut up, you want to die too? He was like, this was my perfect victory. But at the same time, wasn't Bakugo just looking out for Deku too? Then he do that shit once again, talking about how Deku just puts himself out there without thinking other things. So it's like, so there you go. Once again, it's like our characters always being like completely 100% honest, but you could always make that case. And finally, put the icing on the cake. Our coach already stated they were already familiar, had a familial bond or compatriots or like brothers, whichever interpretation you want to take from the data book. Horikoshi literally stated that himself. They were like compatriots, and even though him and Toga say what they say, it even said their thing, they rely on each other as very trustworthy comrades. So that's for Horikoshi himself in the data book. So I made my case on why it's the still debatable fact that Dabi actually gave a damn about the league. And another fact too, real quick, if he didn't give a fuck about the league, why he actually go looking for people? Like, yo, Compress, where the others at? And he even made a little face like when Toga was going crazy. Like, I never seen like this. I think twice must have died, and this, that, and the other. But
all right. So
that's all.
I'm gonna make a case for you that's way easier than all of that. You ready for this?
Yeah, okay. An easy argument.
Yes.
Dabi, okay, the League of Villains are a protagonist group, right? We all understand that Horikoshi goes out of his way to like deconstruct Shonen a bunch and like do a bunch of convoluted things that are like technically within the realms of tropes, but it's like a reverse engineer type. All right, this is how we're actually doing this, and this is all your expectations for this trope, and I'm going to throw them all away now. Here's the reality. The simpler answer is Dabi is Shigaraki's rival character. You can tell because he shows up and he gets treated like an equal. He leads the Vanguard Action Squad. He's constantly being treated as a peer. He mouths back to him. He's got his own agenda. His plans work. The reality, because like think about this like this way: you constantly have like the edgier, more reserved, more cut off, like rival side character compared to the main character who's more forward, more destructive, more short-sighted.
Damn.
And then like you couple this with the fact that like Shigaraki, even as a person who like learns to think of the game, think back to Overhaul arc. Now you had Shigaraki talking about how he approached the game as chess. He was like, yo, you just need to take the king, checkmate him, it's good. And then Dabi goes, it's not quite like that. Now, what Dabi does is that, and they were specifically talking about shogi. People will be like, oh yeah, my manga plays chess, not checkers. My manga plays shogi, not chess. Understand this. Dabi, the reason why it's important to understand the distinction between that shogi conversation is because of what Dabi's strategy was. Dabi then proceeded to take one of the pieces. This is an important element in shogi. In shogi, when you beat and kill a piece of your opponent, you have the option next turn or any turn thereafter to take a piece from your opponent and put it anywhere on the board that you so choose within like 3 lines of their back row. What did Dabi do? He executed a plan that allowed him to take the number 2 hero, or like a queen piece in this case, used it to get information, get the agenda, and then pushed it and then won the game for his allies. Yes, he said that whole I didn't care about them for real thing, and he did consistently talk down on their value as people. But at the end of the day, there's a chance that there's just a certain level of association that he's just not willing to make these connections. And after getting all this stuff resolved, after finally coming out as Toya, I think that's where you'll finally get to see some of the humanity and the bonding finally start to come into play. Now, I got to go real quick. I'll be right back. I just need to go check my door.
Okay. And also, I just want to say that I don't think. Oh, you can go, Anakin. This is not for you. Oh, okay, whatever.
I'm just muting.
Okay. I think that also there's a distinction between the league as an organization and the league as people. He may very well not care for the organization at all, but I think he does care for the people in the organization. Like for example, if you at work, you don't care for the company you work at. You can say, I hate this job, but it doesn't mean you hate the people in the job. That's the way I look at it. Like he may not agree with all the league ideas and goals at all. But the actual people themselves, he may actually like. So that's just the way I look at it. There's no doubt in my mind that Dobby wouldn't go to bat for his peers.
Yeah, and he even said himself, like, I'm not gonna go out in a blaze of glory with our leader here. Like in NBA, he said after Shigaraki gave his whole speech. But then guess what this nigga do as soon as he get to his goal? This nigga aims to do a prominence burn. That shit would have fucked him down all the way, bro. Like that, just using his flames would have fucked him up. Like, bro, a prominence burn, you using your hottest blast, going past your limits. When him using his quirk alone is his limit. Come on now, you can't tell me that was no blazer. That was literally the definition.
He said that, Father, come, let's go, let's dance together in the hell. So he was thinking about killing himself with Endeavor.
I think that's a scan. I think that the actual translation isn't.
No, that was the truth. That was he said.
I don't think the actual translation was much different.
No,
the translation was like the damn near the same thing.
Yes, they were damn the same thing. I'm gonna read it right now for you guys. You can see it.
Oh, I got it. He says, "Get it? Get. You reap what you sow, so let's tango. You and me, Angie Todoroki, a dance with your son here in hell." I think he's saying that where the place that they're in right now is hell. I don't think he's like, because the way that the scanlations made it seem like he was willing to die. It just seems like, hey, the society we live in is hell, so let's dance in hell. Let's have that dance. And also they both use fire, hell flame, cremation. Yes. So like, I don't think he was willing to kill himself. I think it was just literally, let's have a fight.
No, that's what I agreed to first. But this nigga went ahead himself to do a damn prominence burn. Like,
I don't think he would have died. I don't think he would have died.
What? Somebody I talked to brought up something about that actually. They said that it usually takes Endeavor like 3 times before he overheats to that, so they feel like he could do at least once.
Yeah, he got. I think Dobby has one permanence of burning him every so often, like when his body's at a normal temperature.
So the translation. Let's tango, you and me, Angie Todoroki, a dance with your son, here in hell.
Yeah, here, but that's the here means that Earth will.
Earth. Yeah, there's Hero Society.
Yeah. Also, let's see what we got in the mail. My Hero Academia Vigilantes, Volume 8. Let's go.
I thought you got
Speaking of which, the last chapter was very important. That last chapter was very interesting.
Oh, yes.
Miracle Daddy. Bro, I never knew I needed 2 meatheads fucking arguing. Miracle rap. I never knew I needed that shit.
Tiger Bunny. I'm just saying Tiger Bunny. If people know what it is, they will understand.
Yeah.
Yes.
And also, to those of you who, somebody mentioned Bakugo leading the team to take down Makia. Bakugo is currently the best leader in My Hero Academia. So yeah, I can see that.
I do not want Bakugo to fight Makia. I really don't. I think Bakugo's fight is going to be something else. I really want the Makia fight to be a led fight by Kirishima. I want him to,
I feel if it was Kirishima and Mina, I need that, not just Kirishima.
Well, I didn't say I didn't say he's gonna lead like Bakugo, like giving commands, but I want him to be like, I don't want Bakugo anywhere. I don't want Bakugo to be the
front runner.
I don't want Bakugo. Yeah, I don't want Bakugo. Yeah. I don't even want him to be participate in the fight. I want this to literally be Mina, Kirishima, and whoever else they get along. I want this to be a thing that these two have to resolve themselves without like one of the pillars of Deku and Bakugo. I think that it's great for Mina and Kirishima, and I think the one while I don't think Kirishima is going to be able to himself damage Makia, because I don't think his quirk is strong enough to damage him. I think that's where Mina comes in. I think that's where everyone else comes in. But I think Makia and Kirishima literally are going to have the fist-to-fist blow like All Might Nomu thing. And I think Kirishima, by the end of the series, is going to be that tough where he could take punches from Makia.
I'm excited. Oh, go ahead. Sorry. I'm excited for all the. Damn it! You go.
I don't know how highly I rate Kirishima's quirk. I think he's going to end in the series, but I think I don't know about y'all, but I'm definitely going to be strong. Multiple hits from Makia and be able to keep going.
Agreed.
100%. Well, I think you should be able to tank a few hits.
I was going to say two things. Well, one, Tacho said it himself that like he has limitations, but technically, Kirishima doesn't necessarily have like a limit to how tough he can get. I'm not going to say that. But the other thing is I was going to say is that what is it? We also have to realize that there's a lot of like at least from here we're getting a lot of in-game setups and in-game matchups, especially Todoroki and Dabi, which we already knew that was going to happen from the beginning.
Yeah, for sure.
More apparent. It's definitely apparent now.
Yeah. So here's my thing, right? I don't see a world where Kirishima here's the thing. Kirishima's not the smart type, so already he would have to change a good chunk of his character to be the leader.
No.
But then also, wait. But then also, you have to factor in that like, as huge as Makia gets, it's really hard for me to just like tanking those blows. Yes, maybe getting a punch to punch, maybe I can see that. But with the way that Horikoshi has structured like everybody's quirks and their abilities and like their tiering, it really does feel like Kirishima, because like I've stood by the howitzer bullet, the unbreakable howitzer bullet, like literally a giant explosion shooting Kirishima as a weapon, and that being what takes down Makia, like an unbreakable bullet. But like, and that's how like, but like I just can't see like Kirishima being I could see like round one Kirishima like fighting Makia, and then like as Makia gets like mad because he's like, oh, the tiny fly didn't die, like then more people have to like join in. But I can't see like the main hitter, the main heavy hitter being Kirishima because of his quirk.
What you just mentioned is exactly what it's exactly why I brought up the Dabi and Todoroki one, because the thing is, I don't know about that because it's like I don't feel like it'd be like right for like Todoroki and Deku to both have matchups, but Bakugo just be a part of a matchup.
No. I think Bakugo's going to have his own matchup. I don't know what it is yet though.
I have no idea what it is.
But he always throw a high end in there. It doesn't. Everything doesn't have to be like narrative tied.
Also, I think that the Shigaraki Deku fight isn't going to be 1-on-1 anymore. I think it's going to be Deku and Bakugo.
Why I don't agree with that is that that's basically the movie ending all over again, and it may not be like him giving him his quirk, but Bakugo's going to need to actually keep it 100% Deku. And I don't see Deku leaving everybody until 85. Well, at least the top three boys, which would be Shoto, Bakugo, and Tokiyami. I don't see him leaving them like in the dust until like 80%.
Well, like and this is like even going back to the Kirishima thing, I wasn't saying that Kirishima is gonna like what I was saying is it's gonna be a group effort, but Kirishima is gonna be the main defense. Like while Makia is focused on the Kirishima, that's where you have Mina and maybe like whoever the group is, they focus on attack while Kirishima is taking the blows of Makia. Like I don't.
Yeah, definitely. He's a defense. He's not. We know this since Rappa at worst that he doesn't have much in terms of attack. He is defense. He's the shield. So he needs somebody else. I don't understand why it can't be Bakugo because really, Kirishima and even since Sports Festival, even Mina are somewhat part of the Bakugo squad. So it kind of makes sense why Bakugo would be there.
I mean, yeah. No, I know. I get that. It's more.
I get that. I just don't. I want this to be a thing. I want this to be a thing for Kirishima.
It's too many people. Bakugo is too big of a character. Mm-hmm. This needs to be Kirishima and Mina because they have this since middle school going into now this moment again with Makia, and then this is Mina's character arc going forward. So you putting too many heavy hitters in there will kind of like
I think
Bakugo at the end.
You have to get like Bakugo being there overshadows those two. Because even if Kirishima is the one thrown, it's like, oh, Bakugo did that. It's like, oh yeah, and like regardless of if we know that like Kirishima is like his hardening plays effect, the casual is gonna be like, oh, Bakugo once again is the GOAT. Where I want this to be a literally, oh, Kirishima, Mina, these two are the ones, and everyone else. Like maybe you have Sero in there, maybe you have Sato in there, like maybe you have these people in there they helping them. Maybe you have Inasa, who knows? Maybe you have these people in there fighting Giganto, but Kirishima's the main one for defense, and like they have these big moments. But I just don't want Bakugo to be a part of it.
My biggest thing is not even about that. It's about the fact that, like I said, I feel it just doesn't feel right to me that both fucking Deku and Todoroki will have their own fights, but Bakugo would have to be a side piece. And even
that's why I used to say that Bakugo might get turned into a Nomu, just because I thought it would be like really fitting. But then we kind of got the pro hero thing with that. But like, yeah.
But we also like there's.
I mean, it's also the fact that he still hasn't really got a chance to shine against any villain.
But like let's say that but we're looking at it from the League of Villains perspective, but we also have the Liberation Army. We have Redastro that still needs to get taken down. We have Gitten. Like we have people for Bakugo to go against. Like he may not have the connection to them like significantly like Deku or Todoroki has, like, you know, to some of the villains, but there's people for Bakugo to fight. There are people. There's Redastro, there's Gitten. We still don't know Compress stuff. Like, I'm not saying he will fight Compress, but we don't know how he plays a part. Like there's like, and then like we have like maybe the Doctor gets free, maybe there's high ends, maybe he fights someone in Tartarus. Like we don't know who gets freed. Like there's so many things that Bakugo could do that we just don't know yet. And I just think looking at it from this right now, it makes it seem like he won't have anything to do, but there is going to be something for Bakugo.
So my thing is also, think there's gonna be something. I just think that I just wanted to say that I think it would be kind of weird to have Kirishima take down Gigantomachia, which is really big, and Getten or even Redestro don't really seem to be.
But I wasn't saying Kirishima was taking down Giganto. I would say he would he will. His purpose would literally just to take blows. That's literally all he would do. And then like maybe like if Makia starts off in a smaller form, like maybe they find Makia when he's in his smaller form first, like how Mina was when he first saw Mina. Like literally Kirishima and him go duke it out. Giganto get big, then it's literally Kirishima, like literally like these mountain level blows. He's taking it and like just like making sure like everyone else is okay. Then everyone else is like getting whipped around somehow and like hitting Makia from his blind spots. I don't think Kirishima does a lick of damage to Makia. I think it's other people, but this is like a huge defense feat for Kirishima.
I want to final. I'll be satisfied with a final blow.
Yeah, my thing is that like I would say that Bakugo is the ideal Nomu buster in my opinion because of how powerful Explosion and AP Shot are as abilities. Where all it would take is for him to not do the gentle AP Shot that he usually does to like, you know, like he did versus Kirishima, like for not Kirishima versus Shigaraki as bait. But like you got to think, if he was using like full powered AP shots, he could literally just rip apart a Nomu by blasting off its limbs until his brain is gone.
Yeah, that's what I've always thought about the scenario where there's a whole bunch of high ends and Bakugo is fighting them by himself.
And he's just like,
oh, you know what? And that's what I thought about 2 seconds ago. Like BG talking about something. Bakugo not really having anybody himself. Like, bro, me and Ian were talking about this. Ain't no way in hell these random heroes like Native and shout out to my queen Burning, but you know she holding it down over there with the rest of them niggas. Ain't no way how these niggas take out a bunch of damn high ends that's just as strong as fucking just as strong as Hood. They might not be smart as Hood, but brute force don't count for smart. Maki ain't that damn smart, but it smack the shit out you and you die in 2 seconds. I bet you that. It ain't always about being smart. It's like brute force, and we already seen a bunch of them niggas getting slaughtered in the background by a bunch of no one. So one of those niggas like a dog nigga ran up and he just bit. And he just fucked Genius up after they thought they had the stronghold. Because you can't, because that would be a fitting way to bring the high end Nomus back in.
No!
But if they like came like say he's like, yeah, I got this, you know, we got this going strong and shit like that. But then you get Maki and rise back up, and you just get like that dog Nomu with the best Genius getting fucked up off the side by them niggas. Like, there you go. There's a reason for Bakugo to.
I think that I just found I maybe found why that Bakugo could have a foil right now. If Beginas die in this arc, in this arc, and the assassin of Beginas isn't Dabi or Toga or Shigaraki, He might be.
It's gonna be compressed. It's compressed season.
Yeah, the compressed season, like you said, I thought compressed might be the one. That way, and also to use both quirks with their hands and everything. They're both technical. They're pretty powerful quirks. So yeah, compressed
It'll be an interesting fight.
Wait, can't is it possible for Compress to put fire in his marbles? I know he does.
He's done it before.
We know he can do sand.
He can do.
Yes. Because he technically compressed all of Snatch plus the flames that were on him, and he was like, well, he should just be in there burning to death.
Yes.
Which also means that like inside of Compress's marbles are oxygen. Like there's an actual oxygen supply. So Compress OP, he has access to a pocket dimension.
Yes. No, maybe
think about that too.
Is it like the Pokeball? Because we know like the way that the actual Pokemon see the Pokeball world is like this huge lustrous land, and like I'm not saying it's like that, but is it potential like it just another like if Compress is making a mini pocket dimension or something, it's like that is OP, and like literally it's like I would say it's like Kamui but in marble form. Like he just store something, lets it out. Dude, that would be such a firefight for Bakugo now that I think about it. His explosions, it's literally in like Impact Downs for Usopp, like he just grabs something, he throws it back. Oh, dude, Compress versus Bakugo, you heard it here first. Let's go.
I mean, technically, maybe he just compresses.
I'll back this up. Oh, you got it.
Oxygen with whatever he's trying to catch. So there's a limited amount. That would also be a different possibility. If it's not a pocket dimension, it might just be that he's compressing oxygen together with whatever he's capturing.
True.
But listen, regardless though, like I'm with Rex. And compress like since you could put a whole human body in there. If he took a couple of high ends and that's why and then he just like jump and like he said, I'm just escaping just that and other. It's almost like a video game where you have multiple phases of a boss and they're throwing out their minions out there, so you gotta fight them and then try to hit the boss at the same time. So Compress is like dodging around doing his little magician act while throwing like high tier normals at Bakugo. There you go, dog. That's all you need.
I've
just
always
want Bakugo.
I always thought Bakugo was a multiple enemy fighter. Like I always thought his end game should be multiple enemies. Because I think his quirk is just so flashy that you want to have Bakugo dodging around, moving around, like hitting multiple shots. Like I think that's just cooler for Bakugo than a one-on-one fight.
The scene that we see, the scene that we see about his childhood that marks him about All Might is when he saw the television. In the television, and you saw All Might. He was circled. He had many a circle of enemies around him, and he was dodging. You saw how a fan that he was. He said, "Oh, he dodged like this. He just like this. Then he did this. Oh man, this guy is too strong. I just want to be like him." So yeah, it is really something for Bakugo that will recall back to this.
Also, like here's the thing, right?
Oh yes, Tarnish said also Compress is the one to capture him in the forest.
So you had like so here's the thing, right? Is that one of the things that I think, because we've been talking about the Pokemon example, let's just combine this all together. He fights Compress, who's summoning Nomus out of the Pokeballs. Like he's got Compress Nomu, so he's got like these summons, and that also helps balance out the fact that he's not like as big of a threat physically.
Yes.
But if Compress literally just gets to have like a couple high ends on deck, and they've been programmed to listen to him, then you get him like tossing all these high ends, and you get the beauty of like what could be. You remember how like I kind of want similar to when Bakugo pulled up on Bondo and you had like 8 explosions as he was flying and blitzing past him. I need something like that where like as Bakugo was fighting, he eventually like gets in the air and just like basically Goomba Mario stomp hops from head to head of the Nomu, just blowing brains out with explosions until he can get close to Compress.
That's what I said. Like, bro, that shit would be so gas. And to one pull, 2 things. Smurder said, like, I think Bakugo gets a miracle versus Nomu moments at the end of the series. So that could be just like that. You could buy what Aniki said. And what was the other thing real quick? I forgot the other thing. So y'all can go.
Yeah, like I just think like the only issue with Bakugo is he doesn't have a direct connection to any of the villains. Like I think that's what people are hung up on. But I think that Compress, like what he may not have the most like DC quirk, like Compress technically has a one-hit KO quirk. More than any like his quirk is very undervalued. like amongst the community. I don't think amongst the league themselves, because again, I always say, like, who did Twice summon when they were in the overhaul arc? It wasn't Dabi, wasn't Shigaraki, wasn't Toga. He summoned Compress. like they value Compress a lot more than I think a lot of people value Compress.
Compress is like their more their uncle type guy, you know?
Yeah, the uncle, and like
the cool uncle.
His quirk is Compress got nerfed when he lost his arm, though. Is that a nerf?
We don't know yet, because like the thing is,
we don't know where his marbles come
from.
But we don't know where the marbles come from, though. Like, what if
the marbles come from his quirk?
Huh?
The marbles come from his quirk. That's him compressing them. He doesn't need marbles. He doesn't need physical marbles. He turns them into the marbles.
Okay.
That's what happens when he touched whatchamacallit's arm.
Hey man, but listen, he was still holding his own against like 20. I want to see everybody else hold their own against 20 different niggas throwing 20 different types of hands at you.
And that's the other thing, right? Is that he didn't kill anybody during NBA, but he also took like very little damage. Like his mask got broken, but
yeah,
he was the most fine
he only
person.
had one arm.
Yeah, he's a dodger.
He was talking about right before the arc started. He was like, before they went to the battle on Daika, he was like, "Hey, talk to Garen about my arm, because you know they've been fighting Makia for months. Everybody was taking damage. You didn't think goddamn Compress was gonna lose his robotic arm, and it was already in need of repairs when they were fucking before they fought Makia. Then a month and a half passed when they fight trading with Makia. You don't think Makia didn't fucking damage his arm? And then he talked about it when he picked up fucking Jiren's phone call. They're like, "Hey, I need his damn arm fixed." And so you go in there with one arm fighting all these niggas. It's like, and I don't even believe he didn't do shit during the battle, because Dabi just be talking shit too, because
Dabi didn't do nothing.
And then no, because he told Spinner.
Dabi had to fight at least.
Spinner was like, "Damn, if you take one down, they just keep coming." And then he was like, "You haven't taken one down yet." And then Spinner literally threw a knife into somebody's head that exact moment. I like, see, you just talking shit now.
And also, like with Compress, like with the Bakugo thing, also like during Kamino, Bakugo pointed out, I can literally not let Compress touch me. Like out of everybody else, Compress cannot touch me again. He literally said that. So like there is hype for the Compress and Bakugo fight. And I thought
about that when I was talking about the matchups. I just didn't know if that'd be a good one.
Like it's just that what we have to see is Compress beat somebody for the fans to believe that he can fight Bakugo, because right now I think it's more people would be like, what? Compress would get washed by Bakugo, but I think we need. No, I'm saying casuals that think that just like suck Bakugo off. I think that we need feats from Compress to where like he beats something big, like where like, because the way I look at the fight now is that if we don't know the limit to how many things Compress can compress, but like let's say Bakugo throws out like a huge explosion and he just literally takes it all in one marble and then releases it back at Bakugo. It's literally Bakugo fighting himself at a certain point. We don't know how much. Like we just don't know all of what Compress can do. So like we need a full fight with Compress, and like I think the moment we get his blood line and like we get his face reveal is the moment we'll really start like, oh, Compress is that nigga. Oh, we should fear Compress. Oh, he is one of the League of Villain members that we need to watch out for.
Just also, real quick. I want to address something that's like being brought up in the chat. Compress wasn't necessarily flying. He was just doing some very glorified jumping through the trees.
Yes.
Oh yeah. No,
he's a weaving type guy. So speed, dodging, and sneaky attacks. That's what he excels at.
He literally said that himself when he first pulled up.
I specialize in escapology and like hand tricks. Like, what do you want from him?
I'm
exactly. He does his job.
I'm hoping he's able to fight Bakugo, because that's something I thought about before, and I was like, I don't know, man, it has to be a fight. It depends on what his backstory is.
Yeah, but
like his backstory is realistically going to be good. Like just look at what we got out of all the other villains. I trust him to give us some like quality stuff. Oh, what if Compress turned out to be Pop Step's dad? That'd be wild.
Oh boy. Nah, that's the biggest vigilante W ever, right?
Hold on. We had 69 viewers, but not 69 likes. I need somebody to fix that real quick.
There's a dislike, so I mean, it technically evens out.
Okay. Damn, nigga, like we talking about likes and you adding dislikes in. What's your problem?
Oh, actually, I haven't. There you go. I liked it. 69. There you go.
There we go.
Hey, that's the thing I wanted to say too. The way in EA that Bakugo learned how to compress his no pun intended, compress and do his own version of like flash step with his things, like when he was like shooting at the ending, let's say Natsu, that shit was, the design of that shit was so fucking clean, dog. Like you really go back, it's like almost like a star shooter, like almost have Koichi from Vigilantes got his shoot go blam blam, like how he like pushes himself forward like on a jet, like when he compresses his fucking his things into one point and then blast forward. That shit is so raw.
I'm hoping
I would love to see him blasting past the high gnomes like that shit.
Well, good. The good news is you're gonna get that next year.
Oh, it's already it's time already.
Hold up. Yeah, we're gonna get that Koki Fujimoto fucking cut.
We might have another warrior enter in the ring. Let's see what happens.
What I didn't understand what you said there. What's it gonna have next year?
Oh, the Endeavor Agency arc.
I really don't want Endeavor Agency in the anime.
No,
this combo.
I don't.
We've had this conversation.
Yes.
The best paced seasons are season 2 and season 3. You know what? You know how many chapters those seasons adapted? 50 and 54.
Well, what chapter are they on right now? Because they're on 190 something, right?
They're on chapter 190. So if we got all of Endeavor Agency, that would literally be 67 chapters.
Oh, I don't mean all.
That's why I stand by 256 being the best part. To like, you get like 2 or 3 episodes of Endeavor Agency, because I do think MVA can't be a full 11 episodes unless it's got bad pacing,
or unless they just add shit.
Yeah, like, but even then, like, there's always risk with adding stuff, right? So like,
because I'm looking at the ball, if I'm looking at the pace, like let's say they did that, they're going to stop on 243 then, or 244.
You might see more fights of Dabi and Compress.
So what I was gonna say is 246 being like the cutoff point literally allows it to be where like the last pages of that is the spread of everyone going to their hero internships and stuff.
Oh yeah, I can do that.
Yeah. So like
that's what I thought was always going to end at first, and then people was like it's going to be EA and go just far like that.
It would be the first time they split the Endeavor arc in 2 parts.
Because here's the thing, that like the issue is that people read really good cliffhangers or chapters, and then they're like, "This is great as a season," but it can also just be the good end of an episode. It can also just be the end of an episode, like
because that was 25. That's 5 volumes. That's 5 whole volumes right there.
Yeah, and like the hero. Actually, that's another thing that like I can't see it yet, but
the crazy part is, but you know what the crazy part is?
What?
We're already the arc we're in right now is about to be a whole 5 volumes.
Yeah.
Damn, I can't wait. I can't wait for volume 3 to be the volume 3 to be the Dabi cover, Dabi Toyo cover. Need that.
I don't think he does that because that's like too spoilery.
No, it's not spoilery. It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to have Dabi like with white hair. It just has to have Dabi on the cover. Dabi can be on the cover without it being spoiler.
And that's the other thing. They chose. Hold on. Also, that's the other thing. They chose 246 to be the end of volume 24. So, like, I think that's a really smart and conscious decision they made. Because, like, you would have the rest. Like, you'd have most of volume. You'd have most of volume like 21, 22, 23, and 20. Like 24 and 25. Sorry, it was volume 25 is the one with Shiggy on it laughing. That's 5 volumes in one season. Yeah, we don't need to go past that. We don't need to do more than that.
But to talk about spoilers are like, well, half the time volume covers are spoilers with characters entirely in their own right. It's like you should be reading the series already. In fact, because like how is Twice versus Hawks on the cover not a spoiler? You got fucking Shiggy behind a race head. How's that not a spoiler?
What I mean is that this is a reveal spoiler, like something that's like of course like it's obvious, but still I don't think you do a reveal on the cover itself. I think maybe you have I think you have like a silhouette in the back or something, and then you have like Endeavor and Shoto like on the cover. Like you have a silhouette. I don't think you actually have Dabi's face on there because I think that's just too on the nose and that's too much of a like, hey, this is the reveal that's going to happen. Because you also got to remember, some people just read volumes, and then also there's a chance of like just volume covers reaching an anime only hand or something. Like I just don't think that we haven't seen a reveal or a mystery. I don't think from any volume of anything I've read where it's a reveal of something in the volume cover.
Yeah, but just having Darby and Endeavor and Shota on one cover isn't a reveal. It's just
that's what that's what you have. That's how you have. Go ahead.
If you go into volume, which one is Twice and Hawks again?
26? No, 27.
27. They shouldn't be fighting in the first place because when you leave off of the previous volume, it indicates that they were like, okay, this, and then you get on this one like, okay, they're battling each other. That's already like preconceived notion. Okay, what happens in this chapter? This obviously means something.
But
so you got Shigaraki behind Aizawa too. It's plenty of ways to get around it. He don't have to have complete white hair. You know what I'm saying?
No, but what like the whole point I'm making is that like with the Hawks and Twice thing, it's already been alluded to. It's already knows that Hawks isn't on their side or whatever. But I'm saying the Dobby thing is an actual mystery. Like whether it's like obvious or not, it's an actual mystery. I just don't think that you put that on the cover.
So here's real quick because I want to explain something for the chat because like we're discussing like. So here's the thing: like you got to cover all of this. So this is probably going to be like the first episode of the season that isn't, that. So like you got all these pages. This is a bunch of dialogue. So you got to get the Hawks reveal that he's like, set up by the Hero Commission. So that's already like episode 2 there. Then you're going to do a whole episode on the flashback of One for All. Like we're not going to just like randomly like resolve that and like no, that wouldn't make sense.
Yeah.
So then we got to do the setup episode where like they introduce Sheen. So look at all this dialogue. Like this is way too much dialogue to just like speed blitz past. Like this is just dialogue on dialogue on dialogue. So we got a bunch of dialogue for the first like couple episodes that just there's too much to actually talk about and see. And that's even before like you factor in the actual matches. Each match is probably going to get its own episode. Like it wouldn't make sense for it to be so like that's 5 fights, 5 episodes plus like 2 setup. Plus, then you got to factor in
Deku stuff too. You got to factor in Deku
2 episodes.
Yeah, because this shit wasn't just a straight up fight.
So then, like here, let's factor in like all this dialogue here in between because like you got the extra dialogue pages coming in because of the fact that like you got the in between fights where Bakugo and Deku start talking for a bit. All that other stuff got to cover, and they got to put their foot in it. Like even this fight, like here, like this is an action panel. It's got a ton of dialogue in it. So like JT has enough dialogue combined with the action that it doesn't make sense for it to just happen in like 5-6 episodes unless it's garbage.
I always thought that like between like everything, all of joint training and everything should be, in my opinion, 10 or 11 episodes.
Oh, joint training? No, 10, 11.
No. You're missing what I'm saying. I'm saying everything from where we left off till the beginning of My Villain Academia should be 10 or 11 episodes.
I'm trying to think.
Oh no! I think he is right because if you have 8 episodes of joint training, and then you got the first filler episode, and then you have to have like 2 episodes of wrapping up the Pro Hero arc. What would that put us at? That would put us at like 13 episodes. Yeah.
I think y'all keep forgetting what counts as parts of JT when you say we can't get more than 7 episodes of JT. Like I think y'all think only the fights are JT, and that's not how it works.
That's what I'm saying. Like I literally think, I think it's gonna be like I literally think that before NBA starts, they can do 12 episodes. It's possible if they pace it perfectly. They can do 11, 12 episodes. It's possible.
Like you really think we getting all this lore, all that condensed into just like 5-6 episodes?
Yeah, like
think about this logically. Like again, look at the amount of dialogue that you have going on with like some of these pages. Like you need to actually like have these talks.
And I'm saying, and then like season 2 and 3 were a lot more dialogue heavy than I think season 4 was, right?
Season 4 should have had a bunch of dialogue cut out. So
it really did.
The reason being because they wanted to get through them overhaul, which is stupid to me because that could have been a whole season. Which is the reason.
No, it couldn't have been a whole season. It couldn't.
No. I don't mean literally. I mean like I'm saying like the majority of the season can be taken up with that, but they made it one core instead.
Yeah, like 8 to 9 episodes of JT is the most likely combined with the Pro Hero arc. So that's your first core. More than likely, your first core is gonna be the finish of Pro Hero, JT, and then arguably the fight with Cider House.
Well, wait, what do you think I'm wrong when I say that? Like, though, that we could have done like overall in like 18 episodes, and we could have done like
yeah.
7.
Yeah, we could have. Like,
well,
maybe.
I think
maybe not 18, but like, yeah, we could have definitely done like an episode or like two, at least like 2 more episodes of overhaul to flesh a couple things out, and then do
honestly, I think like the way I saw season 4 ending was literally the ending with the building of Endeavor being number 1 hero.
Yeah,
him walking out, giving the speech, and then the season literally ends on Dobby end. That would have literally been the perfect season end.
Yeah.
I don't know why they didn't do that.
I don't know. I was really surprised.
I know why. I know why.
Money,
because that's not necessarily. That's not why. It's because Toho is the production committee, and they're the ones and pretty much they're the ones who set the pace. They tell them where they want them to start and stop. So they told them to stop there. Now, as for why they wanted them to get through that shit as fast as they did, who knows? But
they probably thought that people wouldn't appreciate the culture festival. And so what they said was, all right, do overhaul, make sure these points pop, do the culture festival. Because like remedial course art got pages cut, like multiple pages. So
I don't know about that though, because wasn't it popular in Japan?
It doesn't matter. What they trust to like sell and make money on TV is not necessarily
I think they want to end
on
a high note,
Yeah, so because like they could have finished off on like they could have finished off on the concert. That would have been a great season 4 finale. But they wanted season, like Wandering Soldier said, they wanted to end season 4 on a fight. So they went ahead and like crammed and like cut a bunch of stuff so they could get that in there. With this particular scenario though, like I mentioned, like I don't have volume 25 on me anymore right now. What you have with volume like with this setup though, like if you end on 246, you get like the fight with Star Servant, and then you get like the setup for like them going and how much they packed in is a problem because they cut a bunch of stuff too.
Well, here's my fear. That's my fear though, because this arc is the same. It's about I think next chapter it'll be the same length as overhaul. So with that being said, we have to then question: is it going to suffer the same fate?
I don't think it'll suffer the same fate for one very particular reason.
Culture festival.
What is that?
One, there's no culture festival. 2, see, a lot of people thought the provisional license exam would be shorter than it actually was too, and that wasn't the case. Like they wanted Hawks in season 4, they wanted to end on a fight, like they wanted to be able to like build, and so the thing is that like they wanted a more hype finish. I'm not gonna lie, the concert would have been a great finish, but it wouldn't have been like the one that's like, oh my god, this is so great, like I better come back next year. And like that, it doesn't necessarily create that effect.
And also like anime only.
Hold on, let Rex speak.
Only like anime onlys, like I know a lot of y'all don't watch reaction channels, but a lot of anime onlys felt that the culture festival was filler. Because they don't know the manga, they thought that it's like they're doing the Naruto thing for some reason, and they're doing a whole filler arc, which is weird. Like literally, people had that opinion because they just don't know. So like from an anime studio perspective, ending. That's why I said I thought that the perfect way to end the season would have been the whole episode. The episode that we got with the billboard thing, that could have literally been an entire episode, and then the ending could have been like you do like some of the like maybe like 30% or 40% of the episode would be like finish off the culture festival. Then the other 60%, the other like 60% would be like finishing off the like the billboard and Endeavor coming in, and then literally you just like then the last scene after the credits roll is literally the Dobby high end thing, and then the last things we see is like him speaking like okay or whatever. And he's like, holy shit, look at they got no moves that's speaking, that's crazy. Like that would have been a great way to end it, but they decided to clip the wings off the overhaul arc. They clipped the wings off the remedial course arc. They didn't do the culture festival justice like the Deku Genta fight, I don't feel. And then they put everything into the Endeavor fight. So it's like because of the movie, they showed Hawks already, so they needed him to come into the story in the 4th season. Like it was just so many things working to get season 4 that it's just a shame that like it happened that way.
The other thing is that when you look at how like if you look for like I want to end on a high note, season 6 is not. This war arc has maybe 10 chapters left. I have a hard time seeing it go like another 20 chapters. We only have like 30 to 40 chapters right now in the war arc. We do not have enough for season 6 to be just the war arc. So assuming we get like a decent bit of like fallout and stuff at the end of this arc, or after this arc, technically in a new one, if you couple that with the early Endeavor agency, you should be able to avoid having to do much of the next arc after the war, so you still get to finish off on a strong note. So like keeping that stuff, like you would need to like, that way you have like, you start off. Also, I think like giving people the hype that the students are going to go do internships, it's a little bit of a bait and switch, because they'll like be like, oh snap, next season is about to be internships. But I think it'll make the war hit really hard, where like people will be like, oh my goodness, I'm looking forward to this, like getting to see the heroes, like the students do all these like internships, and like Deku and them did fun with like Endeavor, and then it'll be like, oh no, we're going to war.
Here, 2 episodes of internship, let's go to war.
Yeah, 2-3 episodes of internship, war.
But wait, is it confirmed that the Shirakumo chapter is the start of this arc?
Just if you decide to treat like if you just decide to like treat that as like the beginning of the arc, you go to like 256, 257, and you just say that's the beginning.
Well, like, because 253 would be the Shirakumo stuff. So like, because I'm looking at the wiki and that's how they treating it, is the chapter that's titled Shirakumo is where it starts. So like this, then that would mean that we're at 390 right now. I mean, 39 chapters in, and 2 more chapters will be competing with the overhaul arc, and then 2 more chapters after that will be, the 3 chapters after that would be surpassed the overhaul arc. So, but if we start at 256, then we're at
well, we'd be starting at 247 technically if we, you know, or are you saying like for the season or the arc itself?
The arc itself.
Yeah.
Because the arc itself. So if we start at 253, then it'd be, I mean, we start at 256 where this year starts, then we're at 36 chapters, and we still have a good way to go before we surpass overhaul in terms of length. But if we started to like, that's why I wish Horikoshi would make the distinction of where this arc started, because we really don't know.
And the thing is that the Endeavor agency ending is solid, but I don't think it's not based on what they did with the Pro Hero arc. I don't want to risk a repeat of Pro Hero arc where they cut out the emotional note because they got a big fight at the end, especially in this case. So either it would be like crammed and really like shoved in there and like have like 60 chapters crammed in there. It's just, I don't know, like I can't.
Bro, let me tell you how pissed I would be if they do not show the 190, 191 stuff.
Dude, that's there's stuff that just shouldn't be cut. So I really, really just need the anime to stay below 60 chapters. I don't care if you like flesh some things out with like a couple filler scenes. I don't even care if you do that. Just don't, for the love of God, cut canon content so that you can cram extra stuff in.
Yep.
Like with me, it's just that I have the sneaking suspicion, like they won't show the Dabi stuff just so it can have a bigger impact when this reveal happens. So they won't show the one night, but which makes no sense because I feel like it has less impact without it there.
Yep.
So like it's just like, this is the issue I have, is because up until this point we've had perfect seasons, so we've never had to worry about this. Mm-hmm. It was literally okay, they're gonna add stuff so we can actually get a more fleshed out story of things that Horikoshi maybe wanted to add, but literally just time constraints he just couldn't add. Like just, and this is just like fat like that we're getting. But now it's like, God, like they're cutting off meat to add more meat. It's not even like, it's like, I don't know, I'm scared now because like the overhaul arc wasn't as well received as it was in the manga. And that's like a fault of the anime, because that arc should have been like a lot bigger than what it was.
The arc, this arc was a changing arc for every character, because we saw the reality of what happens in the world of My Hero Academia, and we saw also the correct sick theory. So it is something that also changed the perception of quirks for the readers, because we had a point of view about quirks that was really interesting, and they didn't give this and every arc after this just show that this theory is freaking helling important. I don't know how the anime will try to give this back to the anime onlys, but that theory was freaking important, because everything that happened, even before forgot the little girl's name, Eddie. We saw this with Eddie, how her quirk and everything. Yeah, the main characters, the villains, and everything shows that there is a problem with the quirk society, and the people what they have quirks. Some things, some stuff go wrong from the start. Even if you have a good life, you have good parents, to do, if your quirk is fucked you up, it's gonna fuck your life over. And it is something that's happening everywhere in the world. And we get to the theory that quirks are sickness. Man, that gives more credits to that theory, and they just threw it away.
Yeah, like they threw away stuff they shouldn't have. And like some people are like, well, that's
just
minor, and I'm like, it's not.
What did I just miss? Wait, what's the topic of fucking life? Your life?
Yeah, anime adaptation stuff. We don't know what they're gonna do with the content right now. We're just scared, for the season 5 anime.
Oh yeah, I'm scared of the pace.
I'm like, this is, and somebody said, please don't add filler. I was like, I would rather filler content than removing things, because the way we've seen My Hero do filler up until this point is literally the filler is literally for characterization of the students that we don't usually main story.
Like I have no problem if they were to expand, for example, on the other fights that we haven't seen that much of on the other joint training.
Like the one for Todoroki. Like the one for Todoroki fighting this ninja type of quirks of school, that was well done, because it showed the intelligence of Todoroki and everything,
And
it is something that we know, and Momo too, and how everyone in the team was also well presented. It is something that was really important to show. The anime has time to do it. And it is something that what they did for the second and third season, they really nailed it for every arc. So that is something I'm really, really, really hate right now from season 4, because they dropped the balls, because they wanted to do a movie anime at the same moment. They wanted to do too many stuff, because man, the animation for Deku, like the fight for Deku against Overhaul, they overdid it for. It wasn't like was it like this in the manga? I don't remember that it was like they just put some. It wasn't. They put all this theatrical thing about and even the Muriel fight. They could have shown the Muriel fight and try to do, and they went for the slideshow. So many choices were wrong in my eyes. I thought to myself, damn, what did they do? Bones, why? We believed in you for 2 seasons.
Well, like for me personally, the Muriel slideshow, I literally didn't mind. I thought we were going to get the same thing that happened because Bones has been so faithful. I thought we were literally just going to get the cut to it. So when we got the slideshow, I was like, holy shit. I was like, thank you. I wasn't even expecting that. I think people.
I would have been happy if they had cut it, if they had like if they had did what they did the manga, because it was dramatic, because you didn't see, it was more mysterious than something else. But the showing music and him running to the light, I was thinking to myself, bro, you could just show like 2 minutes of just him dodging things.
That's the thing though. That wouldn't portray what it was trying to portray. The reason the slideshow was effective is because it was showing like a montage of a passage of time. There was no reason for them to animate it, because it wasn't even in the manga. It wasn't mysterious.
Yeah, that's the thing, because I didn't remember.
It wasn't like Yeah, like it wasn't a mystery. It was literally a black box with text talking about how much time has passed, and then it showed the aftermath. It's not a mystery about what happened. You know, he fought and just didn't get killed.
And
I mean, them showing me screenshots and like little like flashes of what he did in that time is awesome.
Yeah, I didn't mind that.
People are spoiled.
And what it is, the anime onlys that saw that were like, oh man, this like literally. They was like, please stop showing. They was like, please stop showing us this. We don't like this happening to our Mirio. And then here you got the manga readers. Give me my action in full animation or else. And I'm like, dude, it's like
I can co-sign this. Every anime only reactor I saw was like, yo, this is so cool. And then the manga readers are like,
no, because I wanted to see because
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm like. No offense to you, but that's being spoiled.
That's so being spoiled.
That's being spoiled because it's like they didn't even have to do that. That was extra stuff. That was not even in the manga. It's extra. I would have rather them done that than you turn the screen black and have a random narrator that doesn't exist tell me, oh yeah, he was fighting for 15 fucking minutes.
Like, also, and that's it. Like, yeah, like that. I will always say that, like, complaining you got more than what you initially got will never make sense to me.
Exactly. It's like it's just being spoiled.
There's something else that I thought about that I think is kind of funny, is that Shoto is the fourth child of Endeavor.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And 4 is an unlucky number.
Yes.
So if you think about it, the death of Endeavor's career was sealed with the birth of Shoto. Because maybe if Shoto hadn't been born, he just would have like he would have let go of having any kids that were going to be heroes. He would have given up on that completely. He would have just like let that go because the Toya incident with him like getting injured happened after. And there's a certain level of, if you even think back to what he said, I thought about killing your perfect creation. Some of Dabi's resentments are purely sibling rivalry based.
Yeah.
Where you can kind of tell that. And the thing is that when we see that flashback in the beginning, a lot of people are like, well, Endeavor might have been would have been abusive. Da-da-da-da. He didn't have to start that way. And I think that's what this is kind of telling us, is that like he was fine with Fuyumi not having his quirk. He was fine not having more kids. He was fine with just Toya. And the thing is that I do think Toya might have like hid the pain some. I do think that Toya, like in the quest to get his dad's approval, didn't tell him like all the symptoms. Like he asked him directly, like it's turning white. And he's like, did you diet? And he's like, no, like of course not.
Also,
I don't know if it's about approval though, because from what I could see, it seemed like he was just eager to keep going. Like he enjoyed doing this fire shit.
But like,
that's the thing. I think what we see from this is that Toya, at the beginning at least, definitely wanted this training. Mm-hmm. He was so enthusiastic about this, and I think Angie might have been rather happy that he was so enthusiastic about it. I do think that there is this switch where he became vulnerable to his fire, where it hurt him more and more, where maybe he liked it less and less, because in the beginning he was like, okay, it hurts a little bit maybe, and then it maybe hurt more and more, and where I assume Endeavor didn't quite realize how bad it got, because for one, it was I think it was a bit of a progressive getting worse. And I think for Endeavor, that's something, of course, I mean, he doesn't feel that. And unless somebody tells him like outright, this is how it goes, he's not going to know this. And maybe it was just such a slow progression that Endeavor just didn't realize it at all actively. Like, I think he should have realized it, of course. But
okay, so I have a question.
Hold on. Because one of the things that I wanted to like talk about was the difference in the way that the flames are drawn. So when you look back throughout most of Dabi's flame panels, they're intentionally drawn darker. And then when you look back to when he's a kid, it's drawn a lot more in line with what Endeavor's fire looks like. So, and then even when you look at like the flash fire fist he was going to do, the coloration is different. So the question kind of becomes like, do you guys think he's like amping the temperature up even higher for this prominence burn? Because like the progression of his flames heat, more than likely he started off having fire, was fine with it. The stress was building up because it was too much on his body, but he wasn't getting like major damage. But at that point he's like, ow, I'm in pain, and like I think there's a point where Endeavor like encourages him, because the thing is like, think about what he says. Forget that. Today's the day you teach me an ultimate move. Toya's like, nah, man, like, don't worry about my hair. Don't worry about any of this stuff. I want to learn.
About this.
Yeah, like, teach me how to fight. Like, teach me the flames. Like, yeah, I want to be like my dad. Cool. And so, like, and you look at the face like Enji makes. Enji, like, this is actually the most proud we've ever seen, like, Endeavor looking.
Yes.
No flame beard, just, like, genuine, like, yeah, my kid's out here.
Yes.
I'm raising a goon. You know what I mean? And so, like, and like he looks older now too, like also in like the hoodie outfit, which we were talking about the age gap and how it didn't look the best. With the white hair and the new hoodie, he looks a bit older now, still like kind of young, but older at least. So like the age thing kind of works now. It just, the way we had gotten to see him, we'd never gotten to see him around the time where the accident actually occurred. We just didn't know that, which is fair. So I think there's a certain level. I think part of the reason why Endeavor might not have noticed is I don't think Toya always had blue fire. I think that's something that, like, as he's been going, it's been getting hotter and hotter. And so I think there was a point where he was enthusiastic about it for his own sake. Then he was kind of begrudging about it, but accepting of it because his dad was like approving of it. And they were like kind of in this weird, like, okay, like, I don't like this as much, but maybe I can still make it work. My dad has the same kind of quirk. Maybe like he just got over this. And then it became too much and he didn't know how to like talk to Endeavor about the fact that it was now too much for him.
I think it was also a thing where I think he wanted to make his father proud and didn't want to admit that it's too much for him in many ways. But he doesn't want to go and say, I don't want to do this anymore.
And so that's where the resentment towards Shoto comes from, because Shoto is seen as perfect, like pretty much right out the gate because of his quirk combo. Whereas Toya, so like that's probably what really led to like the big accident, is like Toya was like, fuck, my little brother's taking the throne. He's got the better quirk set up. He's literally what my dad was after. I still need to prove myself. And he started going even harder. And that, like, coupled with the already strenuous abuse and stuff, just like GG. Toya's not.
I think so. You think I will ask you. So the moment that Toya, the birth of Shoto make and the death or the quote unquote death Toya made the extremist I forget his name, extremist Endeavor that we saw in the flashback of Shoto.
No, he was already like that.
He was becoming that, but the birth of Shoto sealed it. Like the fourth number, like the fourth birth being the one that it was like, all right, because like also to a certain degree, once he got the whole, oh, like I got my perfect kid, there's definitely probably like a lowered engagement.
Also, hold on real quick. I just want to say the anime technically wasn't wrong when they did his hair red, because it could have still been red at the time.
Yeah.
It technically still could be red at the time.
And we know that. And the other thing is like Toya dying later is like a confirmed thing too. So we can kind of be flexible on the timeline with where this.
Yeah, something doesn't make sense though to me though about that red hair in the anime. So the hair was already turning white before Shoto was even born. So in that case, I'm a little bit confused why his hair was like would have turned white.
BG. So also, like, we see the front of his hair. We only saw the back of Toya's head.
Yes.
So it literally could have been like. Hold on, real quick, BG.
No. I was going to get to a point. In the first flashback, it seems like it was happening during training too, right?
Mm-hmm. But we don't know the growth, like the speed of which
it was pretty bad. Right? It was pretty bad in the first chapter.
But like the thing is also is like, remember that like the reveal that we got where he was like, I would go crying my eyes out to Natsuo, not that you knew. Yeah. His hair was only white, like getting white at like the top there. So there's a chance that around the time we got that flashback, like that flashback is placed later than the one we saw where he was told, like, telling Shoto not to talk to him, but
if you look close enough, you can see the size difference. That was more built like a 7-8-year-old boy, and the first one was like a 5-year-old. You could tell the difference if you actually look at the panel in this version. You could tell the size difference and age difference between the boys in the first flashback we got when he went to cry, and then later on when he was like first with Endeavor.
Is there a size difference? Because if we do the math, you could like, at least from what we what we assume his age is. He's like 12 in that flashback with Shoto. He's like 12, which is weird because that means damn, he had a hell of a growth spurt because his brother was 8 and he was already taller than him.
So my stance on that is kind of that flashback where we get them next to each other. We just have to assume Shoto wasn't alive yet. That's the only thing that can like justify it. Or Horikoshi was just bad at proportions. One of the
I'm talking about where like they're playing like soccer or whatever the fuck they're playing. Because like he's like he's like presumably 2 years older than Fuyumi. It's Fuyumi.
Yes. I'm at most giving him one. At most, I'm giving him one.
Yeah. Caleb was aiming for 2.
One or two max.
Nope, at most one.
Even then, he'd still be 24. He'd be 20. Yeah. He'd be 24 right now. I mean, he'd be like a year older than her, and then he'd be like what 4 years, like 5 years older than Natsuo.
Yes,
that's why like
that means that's that flashback. He's like 12 or 11, and Natsuo is like 7 or 6.
The other thing though is that
not just always taller, which is really.
Hold on. The other thing though is that I think we always assume Shoto had to get his quirk at 5, but based on like this flashback, it seems like it was kind of obvious when he got his quirk. So I don't think his training started at 5. I don't think that's the case.
No. I'm not saying it started at 4 or 5. I'm saying
no. My point though is that like Dabi might have not been like in full puberty yet, which is part of why he got to stay smaller. Because again, their current height sizes make no sense for the ratio that they had back then. I'm being completely upfront about that.
Nah, I mean, people can grow like that's not really.
That means that Natsuo had a growth spurt of mad early.
Like, hold on, real quick. We got somebody who hasn't been on the stream in a while in the call. Record Reezy, how you doing?
Hold up, what the?
What?
Yeah, we got Reezy on the deck. I don't know if he
stop playing.
He in here.
Speak.
I don't know if
say
he
something,
can hear
Reezy. Before I make my point.
Oh, easy. Nice to meet you, man.
5, 4, 3.
Nope. I think his connection dropped. So yeah.
Oh, okay. Like 2 points, real quick. One thing I want to say is that like now that we've gotten like a more complete story, it seems that Shoto and Dabi are both vilifying Endeavor a lot more than they should. Because like just think about to the first inkling of Endeavor's and Shoto's backstory when Shoto was telling Deku, it made it seem like he was just like this terrible person, like since the beginning. And then now we get this with Toya, where it's like, no, he was cool with his kids. Him and his wife were happy for they were like she may have been the happiest, but they were content, and he was happy with just Toya. So like it seems that both Shoto and Toya are like vilifying Endeavor a little bit more than they.
No.
Listen to what I'm about to say. Let me finish. They're vilifying him more in areas than in certain areas than they should. Like the way that his mom and father got together, they're vilifying that a little bit too much. Like the abuse and stuff is still like he's terrible, but certain areas I think they are like they have this one picture of him, so they're expanding it to every part of them of his life.
I'm backing up Rex here. I agree. Like I said earlier, they have a bias against Endeavor. When you hate somebody, you don't care if they did any good or anything like that. You don't see the good in them and stuff like the stuff they done. It's like, well, fuck that nigga. Like I don't give a fuck. I hate them. Like I didn't mean to curse on that much, but it's like I said in the hospital, Ray, the one who took the most abuse, next to show the most abuse, she literally went to Endeavor's defense while Natsuo was talking shit down on his day. It was like, yeah, she should have been the one that was talking shit on his day. She said no. That shows there was compassion. That Rose, people act like that Rose scene doesn't mean a damn thing. He literally remembered that in the show they were out there doing some date. In other cultures, when you just get married into a family and you have that, like niggas don't even see their wife until the day, like women don't even see their husbands until the day of this is like, you ain't got no choice. We sold you off. He got money and stuff like that. It's like there was actual build up to it. There was somewhat of a romance to it. So if Ray can see it good and have a different perspective when she was abused by Endeavor, all the same way. That means I know. That means I know. Huh?
He said Stockholm syndrome, but like make your point.
Yeah,
I was just looking.
That means I know there's whatever they say, I don't matter. There's a jaded viewpoint between the kids and Ray. As you can see now, the frustration increased. The timeline basically went like this. He was pleased with Toya. He said he had more potential than me and greater firepower. then you start, as time goes on, he starts saying, "Oh well, shit, well Toya's quirk is hurting him all the way too." It's like, well, fuck, I still train this boy, but shit, it starts to get worse and worse. The more you try to train, the more you should be able to do. The older he gets, it's like, okay, we're still having setbacks. Okay, I have more kids. Okay, not so still a failure too. It's like, well, fuck, I'm not getting any close to my goal because it's holding me back. Then you get with Shoto, is like, you start to see it more. The aggression and the dream start. The more it starts to get further away, the harder he pushes it, which is what he was doing to the kids. So it's like,
I think I mostly disagree, because I do think that, for example, Shoto would not remember this. So it's difficult for him to say like he over-vilified his dad when he can't remember this because he wasn't alive. And as far as Shoto was alive, everything he knows, he's telling the absolute truth, and he's not over-vilifying it. This was how his father was, as he remembered.
Say it. So you just literally said my point. Todoroki wasn't alive.
Yeah. That's the thing. I do think that they have a bit of course they don't know their father completely, and that's something that becomes obvious. It becomes obvious in how, for example, Natsuo seems to act like his father never cared about Toya dying, and now it's sad that Toya searched for his son all this time, which obviously shows that a long time, which obviously shows that he did obviously care about when Toya died, and it obviously affected him in some way. Same way, I think what they do kind of maybe have a more negative view than it actually was is how they themselves came to be. I think Shoto and probably Toya too, and probably all of them very much saw themselves as a product of abuse. And now it's more so that they are, at least as far as until Natsuo. I don't know very about Shoto, because especially with Shoto, Enji said himself that he created him to be his masterpiece, which seems to be already more kind of twisted. But with the first three, in any case, it seems to be that they very much came to be with a united decision of the parents, just in many ways Rei being complicit or even supporting Enji in this decision to train his children as heroes, which is a lot different to how Shoto first presented it. It was like he forced her to have all these children until
the thing that was the thing about the talk so yesterday, because I was reading, questioning myself about how this relation between Ray and Endeavor, the way that the show to present to us, it was like Endeavor just such a girl, family with ice powers, and if he find the right girl with the right quirk for himself, so he tried to talk to the parents, arrange the marriage. So they sold her. I saw it like they sold their daughter, because the heroes are seen also like as big names,
Well, it's like royalty. Like a lot of these arranged marriages were for. It's
yes.
Like this person is royal, this person is prominent, this person is famous, and that's the thing, is that this is supposed to be a hearkening and a callback to the older times where arranged marriages were extremely the norm, and like you were more likely to get married because it was arranged than you were to not.
Yeah.
So, okay, real quick, also, like someone said in the chat that that this may be from Endeavor's perspective, this flashback, so he may have a biased view on like can we not say can we just admit that this flashback is just the nothing but the truth?
The thing is, I do think that there is definitely, I think with all the flashbacks, there's a biased view. I think there's a biased view in Shigaraki's flashback. I think there's a biased view in Shoto's flashback.
No. Actually, no. I can make a point. I can make a point towards what Rex is saying. Think of it like this: it's just as you said, is like what Todoroki said wasn't wrong. Like what Shoto said wasn't wrong. It's his perspective. It's everything that he saw happen.
That's what I want to say.
That's what I want to say. No. I know. I'm agreeing with that part. I'm saying though, but because of that, I also believe everything that Endeavor saw was also true. Yes. I feel like everything that happened there actually all happened in that way, and it's not just perspective.
Yeah, that's what I want to say. That I do think what we see here happened. I don't think Enji just imagined his son smiling here and asking to be taught this technique. That absolutely happened. The thing is, this is a different time. We never saw this flashback from a different perspective. We never saw this, and so this I'm pretty sure happened. But I think there might be a biased view in terms of what exactly Enji is remembering now of his Toya, in terms of what maybe Toya was thinking. Like, I think he might have thought that Toya was this enthusiastic all the time, when apparently at some point there wasn't a time. He's not thinking about any time where Toya after would have reason to run to Natsuo crying, and I do think that this happened. I don't think Dobby just invented that he ran to Natsuo crying. It happened. It's just not what Endeavor remembers here.
No. The thing
also, wait. So here's the thing. Here's what's really important. How you felt in the beginning is not as important as you feel at the end.
Yes.
For how you move going forward. Mm-hmm. Just for example, Ray probably genuinely did care and love about Endeavor. In fact, you can tell she genuinely does care about him because she made it a point to point out, hey, that flower over there, that's from him. This is reflective of the fact that he remembered after one hangout session that that's my favorite kind of flower. That's where this stems from, okay? So then that's the beginning. There's still redeemable good stuff in the beginning. But then you look back to the letter that Ray wrote to Shoto, where she directly states, yes, even though we saw her in the Pro Hero arc defend Endeavor, she directly tells them she's ready. She might be finally ready to get out of the hospital and live with the children. So even though Ray has shown us and directly explained to us that there are good things about Endeavor, she's also shown and explained that she has hit a point in her life where she can't go back to Endeavor. Mm-hmm. But she does not feel comfortable living. So Ray has given you this is what it looks like. This is how I feel after the trauma, but this is also the good that was there before all the trauma happened. So what you have to do is contextualize, use your Ray goggles, look at what's happening here. Dobby is right. Endeavor was aloof, did not realize that a lot of the stuff was starting to weigh down on his son, hurt him, etc. But Toya was, in fact, objectively willing to do it, and gladly so at that for a good point at the time.
Yes.
Both of these things are actually true. There's a point where Toya was glad. There's a part that that's the part that Endeavor latched on. That's the good part. But there's also a point where it became too much and Toya wanted to get away. Toya got tired of it, but he didn't feel like he could get away because at the end of the day, if you're a child in an abusive environment, you know you cannot just leave your parents. You can't just be like, all right, I'm done. This is a breakup. I'm out of here. That's how it works in relationships. In relationships, you get to be like, we're done, and I never have to talk to you again if I don't want to. But that's not how it works with your dad. So like you get these conflicting things, but like ultimately how you felt most of the time is how you walk away from it. That's why the Todoroki plot is so good, because it actually does explore the psychological ramifications of growing up in an abusive household.
Yeah,
and I really like, but I really love how they also show the progression, and not just how Toya saw it, but also in Enji. There was a point when he and Rei might have been partners in creating this family, and there was a point where for whatever reason he started going way overboard and abusing her. There was a point when he was perfectly happy with his children having not the best quirks, where he was content with that and started thinking that this might be his perfect family, and he's very happy with it. And there was a point where this shifted and it wasn't enough anymore, and he
I think that was there's two things I have to say. One, I think that was when Todoroki was born, because he finally saw his opportunity in front of his face.
Yes. No, but the thing about
the second thing, and I'm not finished. I said two things. And secondly, this is off topic. This is kind of off topic, but I'm happy to say that yes, I was to go back to the conversation we had last week. No. They said it directly. Endeavor does show up at the hospital. It's him. He himself goes to the hospital.
Yeah, because they directly said like he's been here multiple times. They don't want him to meet me though.
Yes.
Apparently, I think when I just read it, she said like she doesn't know. She's not comfortable meeting him yet. Like she herself says that. Not like they don't think she's ready.
They say the doctor says it's not, but I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I think she says both. I think she says something like, "I'm not ready to see her," and the doctor says it's not good for me.
Oh yeah. It's both. Yeah, she says we haven't met. I'm a bit scared though, and my doctor said it's not a good idea. So yeah, it's both.
But the thing about it is that we can now have a better idea about this whole situation right now about the Todoroki family, because the thing about it is also I was literally going between the years of the difference of ages between every child. Mm-hmm. And when you know that quirks appears when you're between 0 to 4, all the kids are born between the difference between the kids is maximum 4 years, it is something that it is true. When you see about for Fuyumi and Natsuo, they have like she's 23 and he is like 19 of 20, so 3 to 4 years. You get also and Shoto and Natsuo are 3 years, has 3 years of difference, 3 years. So it is something that we can see that Endeavor took sometimes choices to have a kid when he saw the limits of the kid of the.
I don't think that's what happened with. That's not what happened. Hold wait. That's not what happened with Toya. That is not what happened with Toya.
No, not even just that. Not just that. Not just that. You have to remember, most age gaps between children is in that age range. Right. That's just like, that's why that's too arbitrary of a point to make.
Yeah, the first thing is, I think there are quite a few things that point against this.
Also, though, just like realize that it's directly stated, like she wanted to have more kids so that they have support. So more than likely, Toya and Fuyumi's age gap is going to be considerably smaller than the other two's, the rest of the kids, because of the fact that the reason why they had those kids was different. And even the difference between why Natsuo was born, why Fuyumi was born, because at the time, like Fuyumi, she didn't have his quirk. He was training Toya. Toya was still good to him. Toya was valid. Toya had fire. Toya could do it. It didn't matter. So Natsuo and Fuyumi, the two neglected children, are the ones born of Rei. Toya and Shoto are the ones born of Endeavor, essentially.
Yeah, okay. I think why we can more or less not rely on this idea about the age gap is that with Fuyumi it's pretty clear they want these children to grow up together, so they needed to be considerably close in range. So they probably right after the first child would try for the next child. The second thing is children are not things that you can just order and then they come whenever you want them. It's like there is no guarantee that the kid turns 4 years old, let's get another child, and the next day a child is there. She's 9 months pregnant, which means if the age gap is 3 years, which means it's probably 2 years old when, or just turned 3 years, and probably didn't have a quirk when she got pregnant. And they might have tried.
You don't know this. You don't know this.
Yeah, we don't know this. No, we don't know that. But I'm saying, I mean, we know that she was 9 months pregnant. That we know that at least. So we know that even if the age gap between Natsuo and Shoto is 3.5 years, that means Natsuo would have been two and a half, 3. I don't know quite which month Natsuo is born, but he wouldn't be 4 years old.
He's born in July.
Shoto.
He's
born in July, and Shoto just turned 16, which means Shoto is 3.5 years older, which means Natsuo would have not quite been 3 at the time. He would have been 2 and a few months.
No, that means Natsuo is 2.5 years older. He's 2.5 years older. Because like Shoto's birthday's in January.
Yeah, he's 2.5 years older, right? So he would have been very small when Shoto was born. There's no chance he would have had that.
It doesn't mean that
if he was born with his quirk, maybe, but normally people have a quirk at like 3-4 years.
No. It is between the gap between 0 and 4 years that you get. The maximum is 4 years when you have a quirk. That's the maximum. That's the max.
That's what I'm getting. No, that's what I'm getting at. Though that means that when he was born, like when Shoto was conceived, Natsuo was like 1.5.
Very
like 1 and 9 months. He was a year and 9 months.
Yeah.
So I'm like,
that can't just be like, oh, well, I didn't like his quirk. Like, no,
he's like 1 year old, and I'm like,
and not to mention, it makes even less sense because, like as Aniki pointed out earlier, he was content with Toya. There was no reason for him to keep pushing. Like he still wanted the kid, but that wasn't his main focus. His main focus was Shota, was Toya, and it was like, if I just so happen to get the kid I want, that'd be a nice one. But that ain't my focus right now.
I mean, since we know that they want these children to support each other, it makes sense that they would try for children at short succession.
The thing about the thing that I don't understand when it is when Shoto is born that he taught his children as failures. It is when Toya died that he saw everybody says failures.
It was before that. It was before that because he already
Ray had that breakdown.
Yeah, like the flashback about him saying like you can't associate with those failures. That was before Toya died.
Oh yeah, that's supposed to be sure. Yeah, okay, that's good though.
Yeah, so I'm like, no. The thing is, I'm almost certain that it was because he saw that his vision was in his grasp, like his dream was in his grasp. that make
it
him.
was
That makes
probably
him snap.
already halfway to giving up, and suddenly it's impossible again.
When y'all wrap up this combo, let me know so I can move on to another one that Ian wanted me to bring up.
Okay, so I was gonna say like I'm like moving towards the end anyway.
Yeah.
So give me this Ian point, and then we're gonna wrap up.
All right, I got. Well, let me say this. This is a yes or no question from you. Are you leaving the call right after this because we need to talk about Undead?
More than likely, yeah, because I still need to do grocery shopping.
Okay. All right. Well, no. So we'll have to wrap up. I'm gonna have to talk to somebody. We're gonna talk to somebody about this later today.
No, I'll be in Discord later, regardless. I'll be on the Discord later.
Let me know when y'all join that. I'll join that too.
All right.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, I'll still be in Discord.
So you there. All right. So let's get to this point out the way. Ian, surprisingly, most of all, who's the second after me as most probably Anarchy, most trustworthy or Hori, actually felt concern for Dobby and that it was going to just take away for his genius was going to take away for his entire character. And there was nothing else for Dobby after Genius pulling up and doing what he did. But it was interesting to hear that come from Ian because Ian reads the spoilers and he was like, it is cliffhanger though. He was like, I don't know where Hori's aiming for this, and I was waiting to see it. I was like, what the hell does he mean by that? But then after me and Dustin, after I read it and Dustin read it, was like, I don't know what you mean. This is even a better point to it than just him. Because if he would have jumped down right here right now, that would have been the end of Endeavor. Because them niggas not taking out that damn prominence burn from his ass. That would have fucking flamed everybody ass right there. Because nobody was there to protect him. Endeavor in Chalk and Shoto wouldn't be able to hold it. That would have been a blast, but I still would have hit Endeavor. And so I was saying that
Shoto,
I think Genius coming extended it for the climax actually adds to it. Because like I said, y'all, people got Endeavor living because of this. I say he could still die. This just extends a little bit more. We get more fleshed out. But I guess I'm not up for a debate on Endeavor stuff. It is what it is. But in that case, it's like, do y'all feel like the Genius thing cuts Dobby all off and makes him look like a little bit more of a joke, or like cuts his story or his moment from the story? I don't agree with that. But Ian,
let me go first.
All right, you got it.
I was gonna say, I know in our group chat, a lot of people were kind of scared about that. Like in the sport chat we have, they were kind of scared about that. And I was like, I don't think it's a problem at all. It's because honestly, at the end of the day, it doesn't really change anything. Especially because people were talking about this in the timeline. I was like, dang, he looks like a clown now. No, he doesn't, because they're not even recording this fight. Nobody can see this fight right now.
Yeah.
So so the thing is, as long as Genius is not seen by the public, then he can be here all he wants.
That's what I like to hear.
Hey.
Let's go, Pop up at the last possible second. By go.
All right, Ian, since you came in towards the end, you get the floor to, speak your mind, speak your piece, say what you gotta say what you want to get out, because I'm getting close to the wrap up. So here's what I will do is I'll just leave the meeting when I cut it off, and then if you guys are still in the meeting when I get back from grocery shopping, then
we hang out.
Yeah, so
I'll be real quick. Another really, really, really cool chapter. Basically, my favorite part is obviously just like everyone's reactions, and just like I love the part where Dobby's coming down and you see that Horikoshi made a point to show Deku and Bakugo, these two crippled, can't get up kids. There's like, all right, I guess we got to get up and fight to protect our friend. And that just felt really cool. And I'm just really looking forward to seeing, like, now that Best Genius is here, it seems like he's the chaos factor that this fight kind of was losing, not because of like the story narrative, but just by the fact of having Makia there. Everyone's either hanging out on Makia or not moving because of Makia, because like, what do we do? It's a giant mountain. So now that Best Genius is here, I feel like he's there to insert more chaos into everything, so everyone can just kind of go crazy. But yeah, I'm sure East already brought up my point of, because I have been one of the people who is just like, okay, I've been following Horikoshi's train of thought this whole arc, but then it came down to Best Genius showing up, and I'm just like, okay, are we actually gonna just cut off the Dobby confrontation? Is it over? And now that we have a 2-week, a break or whatever, I'm just like, no, I need to know now. So I don't know what what your conclusions were on that, like whether or not you think this is just a new addition to the fight, or is Best Genius going to come in and kind of end this pretty quickly?
This is the classic Street Fighter. A new warrior has entered the ring.
Yeah, do you think the Endeavor Dobby Shoto confrontation will continue during this encounter?
I think there's a bit of dialogue that has to come out of this. Like, at the very least, there's dialogue that needs to be addressed. You can't just like wrap this up. This isn't like Pro Hero arc where he just got teleported out. Like,
oh no, you can't, because because one of the biggest things we need to know about is we know Endeavor's thought pattern. We know he fucking shook. We don't know anything about Shoto's though. I need him to say something.
But like the fear factor for me comes in with the fact that, you know, Dabi is the character that Horikoshi likes to like be like, all right, here's Dabi, but we're gonna pull it back for the big moment. And I thought, this is the big moment, so let's do everything now. But I'm like, oh no, does he think that when he's writing Dabi, he's gotta, all right guys, you got Dabi to say his name and give his speech. Now he's leaving. If you want the Shoto confrontation, see you in 200 chapters, guys. I'm like, no, you gotta do this now.
See, no, I actually see. That's my thing. Is like, if Endeavor, it comes down to whether or not Endeavor lives or dies. If Endeavor lives, then I want him disgraced, sitting alone in Todoroki Manor, waiting for Dabi to pull up, and for them to have like one big just bonanza, and Endeavor to still be shook, but for him to just go ahead and take the fight, because that's the last thing he can give. Because the thing is, he accepted the idea that him being gone is good for his family. So
yeah,
I can
and I
see,
feel like you do that now.
Well, like, hold on, let me finish. Because you let go, you give them their house, you do everything else. But if Genis is not going to just allow Endeavor to die, so in turn, we have to make it. And like the thing is, like the thing that would kind of like stain Endeavor's legacy a little. But I kind of like when this kind of stuff happens where he's just at the end of his rope, he can't do it anymore. So like, sure, he might leave this battlefield, but understand this: there's a difference between surviving and living. And Endeavor will survive this. He will not live past this. And so in turn, if the final thing that Endeavor gives, the final bit of space, is he gives his life to Dabi, because he's like, if I'm gone, maybe he'll have a chance at healing. That's a completed arc for me. That's the completion of him, like going through every family member, giving every one of them as possible, as much as he wants. Can that happen here? Yes. Is it a lot harder to pull off now, though? Yes. And that's where I'm at. Like,
well, I think the scenario is similar to. I think this is since we're kind of coming back around with the Twice scenario. I think this is that where, remember how Hawks wanted to talk to Twice and try to help him, and he's like, and it's like you as the viewer, you're like, okay, Hawks, but if you screw this up, like Twice is going to ruin everything. And then Dabi came in. It's like, okay, well, I guess Twice is living, and then it just became a chaos to try to kill the weakened Twice. I feel like that's this, where Dabi's coming down, he's going to do his suicide bomb prominence burn, and he gets stopped. And now it's just chaos, because now Maki is going to get involved, the League's going to get involved, the heroes are going to get involved, and what's Endeavor going to do? He's probably just going to stand there being like, he's alive. It's like he's alive, and Sho's going to be like, move, old man, move. So, I feel like we're doing that again. I think. I guess
that's one way of looking at it. Like he's going to be there because that's what I was going to try to say earlier.
I
feel like he's only.
Okay. I just saw parallel with Camino again. The way that
just wait. Just let BG make his point first.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry.
I was gonna say. I feel like he is only there to give this slight sliver of hope. He's like, oh yeah, we're not gonna die. We have a chance. The heroes arrived, and just like everything else has been going on here, that light will be extinguished. That's what I'm hoping for. I don't know if that means he's gonna die. I don't know if that means he's just going to be able to. The most he can do is save them, but the damage is still done. I don't know.
Yeah, and we can talk about it more afterwards, because I do want to let Anaki wrap up.
Because I need to go grocery shopping.
Sorry, I don't want to prolong things anymore.
No, that's fine. So what we're gonna do real quick. Also, I'm pretty sure you're talking about the parallel between Genis pulling up to save them at Kamino, and then like doing the same thing here, but the stakes are different.
No. I was talking the fact the parallel between the fact that All Might, when he learned that.
They're talking about the Nana grandson with All Might.
He's the parallel. He does the parallel here when that's why the way that All Might was shook. The way that All Might was shook, we see also the same thing for Endeavor right now. The way that he's shook, that he's alive.
Oh yeah, like that. That's why Shoto's playing the Gran Torino role.
Oh damn.
Yeah.
He told him to get the fucking moving, and he said no.
All right, so we're gonna do final thoughts. So let's see, because like final thoughts on whether it's a discussion, the stream, or the chapter, or whatever. Bonzu, I'll let you go first. Get your final thoughts out.
Okay, it was a great chapter. it threw my dubs away. I'm really happy because I was yesterday in the chat, in the voice chat, for the people that are part of the Watch Squad. I went to a really a dark place. so so I'm really happy that I was pulled back from there. So great chapter, and best genius. We're gonna see do his best. So we can't wait for this 2 weeks that are coming. So yeah, it was a 9 out of 10 today. So yeah, again, Harikoshi, GOAT, never miss a panel. He don't miss.
BG.
Of course, how I feel about this. It's my favorite part of the whole manga, about Todoroki. So of course I give it. This is an easy 10 out of 10 for me. Especially since I've been I've been over here supporting Dobby for like years. I'm in the shadows because I couldn't be in the light because I was gonna get roasted.
Don't worry, we'll bring back those flames. No.
But yeah, no. So there's that, and I have to say that's probably one of our best episodes because we had a surprise visit from Rex the Clown. So yeah. Very fun.
Rex. Speaking of Rex the Clown.
What's up, everybody? Great chapter. I had to go do some stuff, so I missed a lot of what was being said. But I do want to confirm that Toya is, in fact, 1 year older than Ray because he was crawling on the floor while she is a baby.
Forgive me.
Yeah, that's whatever.
Except Ray.
Whatever they all Todorokis. Like they're all trash. It doesn't really matter.
Let's go.
But yeah, great chapter. I loved it a lot. I loved everything we got from Dobby and Endeavor. And Gene is coming in, and also Reed Marshall. It is hilarious. This last chapter was actually like probably my favorite chapter.
Yeah, that shit like
funny as hell.
All right.
Oh man.
So
I really
wait. We're doing final thoughts. We can't segue into Marshall.
Yes.
We'll save that energy for Shonen Jump Sunday next Sunday. Ian, you got anything real quick you want to add? I don't know if you watched any of the stream and then came in. Do you have anything?
No, I'll have to re-listen to everything. But yeah, no, I mean, I'd give the chapter just like an 8. It's like I said on Dustin's stream, it's a chapter with an asterisk for me. It just depends on where everything goes from here. But for now, it's fantastic. So.
Oh, you good, Brandon? You good, Brandon? You've been a faithful follower for a long time. Been watching, subscribing. You come a little late. I'm sure you'll watch the VOD. It's all good. Sayez, I saved you for last because the Todoroki chapters, they're the most important to you.
Yeah, like with PG, this is what I live for, the Todoroki family stuff. Especially, I love seeing that we have a bit of a flashback from Endeavor's perspective. I think I prefer that to Davi's. I know yesterday a lot of people want Toya's flashback. I'm very happy that we got Endeavor's flashback because it's kind of a bit of a different side to the whole story. Unlike not the abuse itself, but the family. And that's super interesting, and I love seeing it. I'm super interested to see what else we're gonna find about Toya because we have not answered any questions with this bit of flashback. And I have to say, one of my favorite moments is just Shoto calling his father. Like so far, I don't know if you noticed this, but he's been very adamant about just calling his father Endeavor all the time. And here he actually calls him father, which is I really like that part.
It's like
Shoto's distress and fear is just.
Yes, that was wonderful.
Also, the fact that his tears are coming out of the eyesight.
Yes.
And he said Midoriya and everybody else. He said Midoriya first. That's his best friend.
Ida is his best friend. Midoriya has broken arms.
Oh no!
Also, apart from this whole thing, something I'm really glad that we're going into it is just. When he says that he's been looking for his son the entire time, he didn't believe that he was dead, so he was searching for him for so long, and it's just like something where I think it just got ignored the whole time is that the distress of losing a child, which is horrible, and just getting into that is I'm here for it.
And that's why, you see, I think that's part of why Shoto's like, no, this is way bigger. It's weird to think that, it's bigger than my trauma. This is our entire family's drama. I cannot be this petty right now. But, it's an important step for him to take. And then also I lied. I forgot to say it was not in fact the last one. It is in fact the last one is going to be Archbishop East. Why are people always trying to call him Lita? Is that because real quick, do you call him Lita because you like to give him the L, or are you one of those people who didn't realize that it's 2 Eyes? Okay. No, we got the clarification. All right.
Yeah, shout out to go either. Shit. Man, you already know what the fuck I'm finna say. As every week, what I say every week, 10 out of 10, it's motherfucking peak fiction. I didn't ask nobody's opinion because I'm stating the facts that I live by, that I every single day I wake up and know that horror culture gonna bless me. I never lose my faith. It never shake. It never wobble. It never jiggle like the fattest booty. And I did
Hell horry.
Hell horry. Once again, man, 10 out of 10. I can't wait. I love that Best Genius pulled through because, in fact, this gives the climax an actual battle because, like I said, Dobby would have just fucking shot that prominence burn. It would have blasted all those niggas back the fuck up. Nobody would have been able to do shit on that part. So it just gives it more tension in the leeway that, like, now it still gives a lot more possibilities in going forward. Genius is not the here. Listen, if you watching the stream, I believe you have a brain. I'm gonna tell you right now. Genius is not gonna arrest everybody and not going to prison. You lost your damn mind and you think the villains go to prison right at this exact current moment. You still got other things to come by. And Maki just ran through 20 fucking cities and over 100 heroes and let's speed this up a second. Genius not gonna body this nigga with the little help he has at that point too. So let's just enjoy ourselves for a good ass fight though. 10 out of 10 peak fiction hell horror.
So yeah, my stance on that is very similar to that. Like, basically, everybody is mentally fried except Bakugo, Genius, and Ida. Everybody else is like broken.
Nejire too?
Nejire. Yeah. So, like, you got Nejire.
Shoto?
No, Shoto is literally on the battlefield crying.
No.
What are you talking?
Shoto's distressed. He's just trying to put it behind him, but he ain't gonna be 100%.
Like the only people,
make a difference here.
Like the only person who can operate at 100 right now is
Nejire.
Yeah, literally just Nejire, because Genius is missing a lung, so he's never at 100%.
Ida too.
And Ida.
Nejire.
So like it's coming down to Ida and Nejire being able to like hold that emotional core together. Bakugo being injured means the most he can do is give them combat advice. Everybody is currently at a position where nobody's like in a spot to just secure a W at this point. So
that's rep. Let's do it.
Ida needs his moment to step up. I think this is going to be another case of joint training paying dividends where they're like, oh, blah, blah, blah. And then Ida's going to be fast enough this time where he's going to like get to grab people and get the Todorokis out there. And it's not just going to be Shoto. It's going to be multiple Todorokis that he gets out of there like, yo, like, not going to let you die. And I don't think Ida would and I think specifically Ida being here, he would do everything in his power to not let one of Shoto's family members, regardless of the situation, get injured and killed in front of him. Just because he knows what it's like to like watch the people that like are around you and above you crumble and get hurt that badly.
Was it going to be reciprocal Mach speed?
I mean, he's already hypersonic.
I was going to say that's his thing now, which I'm excited to see come to fruition.
So
that'll be great.
We need to see like peak Ida engines go off. We're going to see like some of that flash fire like coming out as engines. It's going to be raw.
Nejire's probably going to do stuff.
I mean, she already blasted Shigaraki with a giant ass Kamehameha wave.
Ooh, Nejire.
But I feel like there's more. Especially since Ryuki is here.
She's the only one who can fight.
So yeah. All right, guys, but like we all appreciate you for coming through, especially like everybody who's always here. Like a lot of you guys, we always end up staying at like 50, 60 throughout the rest of the stream. So a lot of you I know are recurring people who are always coming back. I appreciate you for always coming through. Special thanks again for the super chats we got. I appreciate those, like especially for this to be the first stream that we've done since my channel's hit 1K. Like really appreciate you. Thank you for helping me make this Zoom money back because I've been paying for Zoom for like a year now.
I was thinking about that too. You got the money.
So like I'm not gonna ignore that, but like thank you for helping offset some of those costs. Appreciate you all. I'm gonna end up ending the stream here. I'm not closing the meeting out, like I said, guys, so that way you can keep talking to each other if you feel like it. And while I go do my grocery shopping and stuff. But yeah, thank you guys for coming to another episode of the Church of MHA. Next Sunday is probably going to be Shonen Jump based. We'll have Jujutsu Kaisen back. We'll have CSM. We'll even get to talk about Black Clover a little more than likely. We'll cover the gamut of Shonen Jump that those of us here read, and we'll have fun with that. So
Make sure it's not by for that one.
Thanks for everybody for coming through. We hope to see you next week. There's nothing else really to say. Church of MHA.